革新のカーボンベゼル、Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid, Valentine.
究極の静かさと安全性、オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性、世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
バリのタイヤ。
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Freddy Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
Had a brand new fitting unit all the way through, just throws up on the early transmissions.
極限の世界。そこでこそ磨かれる本物がある。クスコ。
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
いい水槽だ。Welcome, Drift fans. We finally made it here for round 2 of the 2023 G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan here at Ebisu Circuit West Course in Fukushima Prefecture.
Yes, this is the second round of our 10th season, and thank you to all of you guys for supporting the series. We are now the 10th season. I know the Formula Drift USA is in their 20th season this year, but we also have a huge surprise for all of you who are watching. And also spectating here at Ebisu Circuit.
And yeah, we also got bad news for y'all too. And let's talk about this weather that we see right here on the screen.
Oh yeah, this is a beautiful weather to maybe go fishing. I don't know, but it's like not good for drifting. It is wet, it's damp. It's not heavy rain, but overall the track is all I don't know, slimy, I guess.
Exactly. The precipitation's been there all day long. It's 55 degrees out, but right there is going to be on the Japanese side of the house, on the PA system, and on their own live stream on Formula Drift Japan.
Yes, and to the right there, this Tom Saiba commentating on the Formula Drift Japan, Japanese commentating, or Japanese live stream, and Nobuteru Taniguchi is not here yet. And also we have Yoichi Imamura over here, our judge for Formula Drift Japan, and also commentating the Japanese side. And the US side and the English side here, we have Kenny Harris. Y'all know who he is. I'm Robin Ishida. I'm one of the judges here and also commentating. And right next to me, we have the guest judge from the West Coast, Sean Adriano.
I was thinking more dramatic from Sean, like, which they could see me over there doing it.
So, yes, right here, this is going to be the panel here, the judges panel, and also the commentators. Now, if you don't want to hear us, you could just put us on mute, and you know, we're just going to be blabbing away the whole time. So hopefully you guys.
But you got good news, so they can't mute us just yet.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and see. Talk about the pit reporters. We have Marina and Miori, who's going to give us maybe some information, inside information from the pits.
はい、モーターゲームスガールズのマリリンです。中継はもちろんですけど、現場に足を運んでいただいて皆さんお待ちしておりますので、こちらでぜひちょっと雨なんですけど、皆さんにドリフトの臨場感を味わっていただきたいと思います。お待ちしております。
All right, thank you to the Formula Drift Japan Motor Games girls, I'm sorry. And she said, it's wet out, but hopefully they can give us the inside information and the excitement from the pits. All right, so let's go ahead and check out, they have a video, short clip real quick for the judging criteria. Let's check it out.
それでは、フォーミュラドリフトの審査方式について説明しよう。フォーミュラドリフトは3人の審査員によって審査が行われる。各審査員は走行ラインをチェックするラインジャッジ、ドリフトアングルをチェックするアングルジャッジ、そして走りを統括的にチェックするスタイルジャッジが担当する。ラインジャッジ、アングルジャッジの審査のため、コースには4から5箇所の審査ポイントが設定されている。設定されているのは主にコーナークリップ付近、ポイントとゾーン、コースによってはタッチ&ゴーがあり、この4から5箇所の審査ポイントでマシンの挙動がチェックされる。ラインとアングルジャッジは審査のポイント1箇所につき最高5点または10点。審査ポイントは全部で4から5箇所、最高30点がドライバーに与えられる。もう一つがスタイルジャッジ。スタイルジャッジは主に走行中の車全体の流れをチェックする。このスタイルジャッジでは最高40点が与えられる。すべての点数を合計すると最高100点。ドライバーたちはこの100点を目指しチャレンジするのだ。さて、審査基準は次の通りである。ラインジャッジでは審査ポイントで確実にクリップについているかが重要。クリップから離れていくに従い得点は下がってしまう。アングルジャッジはクリップでのドリフトアングルが審査の対象。当然アングル、角度が大きいほど得点は高くなるが、戻ってしまったり不安定な場合は減点の対象となる。そしてスタイルジャッジ、スピード、スムーズさ、迫力、またドライビングから感じられるコミットメント、パッションもスタイルジャッジにおいて重要な要素である。審査では車の不必要な挙動、ブレやふらつき、メリハリのない走行などが減点の対象となる。またスタート時のエンジンストップ、フライングやパイロンタッチ計3回、審査コーナーでのスピンは即座に0点、コースからはみ出した場合は減点または0点の場合もある。ステアリングの角度が0度になるようなアンダーステアも含め、審査員の判断で0点になる。
All right, a quick explanation on the judging. For those of you who don't understand Japanese, maybe it was hard to understand, but it's just like how we've always had FD. It's a little different than how the US is. We have 100 points per judge, and it would be an average, but here is line angle style, just like how it used to be before. Now we have this zone in the description here on the track map. You go down the start straightaway, long straightaway. A lot of the cars are about 130 kilometers, 140 kilometers, depending on, it's wet, so it's going to be a lot less. But you got the 3-2-1 cone. You have to be in drift at the last standing cone. You got outside zone 1 on the left side, but it's not all the way to the edge of the track, so it's a little tricky. The track is a little bit narrow. Then what's different from last year is the outside zone 2 is kind of stretched out all the way to the edge of the track, where a lot of people didn't like it, where it was kind of inside the track, pushed it all the way back. Now you got to work your way around outside zone 2, hang the car out, do a transition, go into the touch and go. Now we made this a touch and go instead of a zone. Maybe when it's wet it could be a zone, but you just want to see to make sure that the cars are coming all the way to the outside of the box or the outside of the track. Anywhere in the touch and go, then you get full points for everything. And after that, we got the last outside zone 3. That's a little bit inside the track too, to avoid the cars going to the edge of the track and kicking up rocks and everything to shoot out to the spectators. So here is a track, 4 zones, 3 zones, and 1 touch and go. Very simple, but also effective.
Exactly, and like Robbie was explaining, with the track conditions we're going to see right here from our drone coverage, they're going to give us a view of what the vehicles and the drivers will be seeing. Yes, a lot of fog, a lot of blur, so the visibility is going to be rough. And this stretch right here is where we've seen a lot of cars in this practice session come in a little bit too hot and not able to get their car in the right position and end up running into the wall right over here that you see on the left-hand side. But then after that, coming around into this start of this outer zone 2, the biggest thing is seeing if the cars are going to get hung up right there, because a few cars, they struggle to transition from that outer zone 2 to outer zone 3. But after that, it's smooth sailing. We see some good, amazing.
Yeah, then I've seen a lot of cars kind of ending up spinning out at the outside zone 3 and the end of the outside zone 3. The apex kind of changes throughout the track. There's only one transition. It seems like it's a very simple track, but the speed control going into the outside zone 1 to 2 is going to be very, very critical, especially in the wet.
Exactly, but it's going to be in your face for these judges right in the 3-2-1 cone. It's right in front of us with initiation. So yeah, on the mic, it's probably going to get a little bit loud, so you might have to turn your volume down a little bit at home. But there you are. Taniguchi has shown up. He's ready to go. They're on the PA system talking to the crowd out here, fighting the weather like we are out here and the drivers are.
Yes, at least we're under this tent, so we're not getting wet like everybody else, and thank that. But I think we will be going into the 2022 96-point run, by Daigo Saito. He is not driving in the series this year, but we will show you how we want to see the runs. But I guess here you go. You see the zone description again, and as I explained, there's 3 zones, 1 touch and go, going into the outside zone 2 and stretching out to outside zone. Zone 1 to 2 is going to be the very critical area, and being able to hold the angle and keeping the total speed smooth and as high as possible. We don't want to see cars coming in at 500 miles per hour and coming to a halt, driving around the track 20 miles per hour.
Exactly.
We want to make sure that overall it looks smooth, where it's not just up and down, up and down. So, there you go. Now it's the Daigo Saito run.
世界の斉藤大吾、さあ1本目、エビスラウンド飛び込んでいく、ゾーン2つ目、速い、そして指き返してゾーン3つ目から出口のところ、あっという間の1本だ。
All right, so you just saw Daigo Saito's 96-point run, and it was very impressive. Hopefully we can see these guys do the same or something, replicate the same or something similar. But, it is wet. The qualifier is going to be a little different from how it was from last year, so we'll go ahead and see. But hopefully these top 3 drivers, they're ready for this wet weather here. We have in the third place, we got Hokuto Matsuyama, last year's champion. Second place, we got Kazumi Takahashi. And we got the 13-year-old driver who won his first Formula Drift Japan event. It is Hiroya Minoa from the last Suzuka Twin event.
Yeah, exactly. That was roughly 4 weeks ago. You can obviously check it out if you want. Hiroya is currently sitting at 106 in points, while following him is Takahashi at 83, and then 64 for Matsuyama. But let's see what Hiroya's got to say.
前回鈴鹿ツインで初優勝、最年少優勝出ました箕輪宏也選手のピットに来ています。早速ですが、今回の意気込み伺っていきたいと思います。
はい、今回は前線、優勝できたので、今回も優勝を目指したいんですけど、予選があいにくの雨ということで、得点を逃さないように、とりあえず今日はしっかり走りたいと思います。
はい、ありがとうございます。ピットからは以上です。
All right, so there's a young driver, only 13-year-olds, who won his first and probably one of the youngest drivers to win an event here in Formula Drift Japan. And he did win the last round, and he said that he's going for the win here, obviously, but today it is wet and it's raining, so he's going to make sure that he's not going to lose any points anywhere on the track and leave it on the track.
Yeah, and so far in practice, I've seen a phenomenal job by him hitting all the zones and making it happen. So we'll see here soon when we start qualify.
All right, so the big surprise we were talking about earlier, we want to go ahead and bring to you something special here. that we have a special driver here joining us. I think maybe in a previous or in a later round this year, and also this round, the Ebisu round here, we have Kalle Rovanperä from Finland. He's a Finnish driver, the youngest WRC champion from 2022. He won the championship, and also an expert at drifting. He's been to a lot of drifting events, and he's been competing all over the world, and a very, very high quality driver. Here you see he won the series at Latvia Rally in 2016 and 2017. WRC 2 class, third place in 2018. 2019 WRC class won the series, and from 20 to 21, 22, he was fifth place, fourth place, and won it last year.
Exactly, and then also last week on the 11th through the 14th of May, he won Rally to Portugal. So that's huge victory coming from last week, rolling into this. So a back-to-back win in two different types of series, it would be phenomenal for him.
So rallying is pretty much one of the highest, or WRC is probably one of the highest motorsports that you can be in, and at that caliber, he is a winner there, and now he's coming into drifting. And as I spoke to him yesterday, he was saying, he likes to do this in between, and it's kind of like a fun, relaxing type of event. But he said once the helmet is on, it doesn't really matter.
Game on,
it's game on. So he is in driving, Cusco Corolla, very interesting car. And we're going to go ahead and go to the interview that we have from Kalle.
さあ今回初参戦となる、ロバンペラ選手にちょっと、兄さん質問したいと思いますが Big question for us drifter fans. Why did you decide to come and compete in Formula Drift Japan?
So basically that was a bit surprise for me also. I love drifting. I've done some drifting on the years back. I've been in Ebisu also in the Drift Matsuri 3 times before. And yeah, Toyota knows that I'm liking the drifting a lot. I'm relaxing a lot between the rallies, going drifting and having fun. So yeah, Toyota gave me the idea and the chance to support me to come here. So basically I was a bit surprised when I heard that you want to do some Formula Drift Japan events. Yeah, here we are, the car is there behind us, and they have done a great job to get the team and the car together.
What do you think about the car, how it feels, your likes and dislikes about it, and also what is your goals for this round?
Yeah, so the car is totally new for me. It's a totally new car, so we just did the shakedown this week. We have done a lot of setup work on the car to try to get it more to suit me. I think the Japanese style of setup is quite different than what I'm used to. So yeah, I like it. Now it starts to feel good. It's quite hard chassis to get the grip because it's a bit more front weight base, but yeah, I'm enjoying the car so far. It's working well, and we have been doing a lot of work to get the grip and, let's say, be fast. So far it's working. And the aim for the weekend is just to enjoy and relax. I'm really busy with the rally, so I'm trying to come here to relax and have fun. But of course, every time I put the helmet on, I try to do the best I can to have a good result.
What would they need to do?
Okay, yeah. So yeah, hi to all the Japanese fans. It's really cool to be here. I hope to see you all here on the track to meet you, and yeah, if you have a chance to try drifting, drive hard and always practice a lot. So I hope to see you on the track also later on.
All right, so that's an interview with Kalle. I think he's 23 now, but he was 22 when he won the championship, so he's a young driver. He also competes, I think he did a few rounds in Drift Masters in Europe as well, so he made his way over here to Japan, and like you said, the GR team, Cusco, and Red Bull got together to get him into a car to be able to compete here, and I heard that he might be coming back for another round later this year as well, so looking forward to it. I mean, that would be great to see him drive the whole series, but I know, juggling with the rallying and everything is going to be very, very difficult.
But I got to say, during practice runs yesterday and today, he's already showed his exceptional skills of driving, and a lot of these drivers are really looking up to him because of the amount of skills that he has behind his behind the steering wheel.
Yeah, and what's his name? Otani, the baseball player in the States, when he played in the World Baseball Classics, he mentioned to his teammates saying, hey, you guys look up to these drivers, the players, but today we're not fans. We're, going against them. And I think that's how I want all the drivers to feel. I know you look up to this, WRC champion, but you are here to beat him too. So everybody has to get into that mode, and hopefully we can see some crazy runs here at the qualifier. We're about to start off the 2023 Round 2 Ebisu Circuit, Formula Drift Japan.
And you can see right there, he's ready to square off for his first qualifier run. He's going to open us up here for Round 2 of the 2023 G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan competition here at Ebisu Circuit, West Course in Fukushima Prefecture. He's in the KR69 Cusco Racing Red Bull Corolla, or GR Corolla. New build, new car for him. Let's see how he's going to perform right here. Here he is leaving the chicane, starting it off, setting the bar for all these drivers. Here he is early on, entering into this 3-2-1 right here. Nice rip into this outer zone 1, filling all of that zone right on that edge, swinging right back around deep into that outer zone 2. And man, phenomenal job coming back around, transitioning through this touch and go. And here is where it gets a little difficult, but he made it look so easy, finishing strong. In the struggles with this rain, manipulating the car to be where it needs to be and controlling it, it's a lot of difficulties going on, and look at that, he made it look so easy.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and review that on the replay. I would have to say this is textbook drifting. I know he's still not fully used to the car, but he's handling it very well, where he has perfect car control, keeps the car within, it's supposed to be a small bobble there leaving outside zone 2, but the switchback right here, he's right on the edge of the track where we see the box right here, and that's the first run and being wet, and I think he's only driven that car in the wet like 4 times.
Gosh, let's see what these judges are going to give him. Definitely a difficult day for these judges with the conditions and all this that's going on the track. So you can see right there, Robbie's getting it in. Got a lot going on between translating, talking with me, and then putting down his solid.
And did you see that? Judge. I ran over there to do an interview real quick and came back. That was fast.
Very impressive.
Right? Pretty
very
good, right?
impressive.
No, but I think that was a very clean run from the get-go, from the start. 89.
89
already. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of areas that he can, like the line is almost perfect. I think there was one area where he was a little off, but that's nearly perfect. And I think it's really hard to get angle in the wet. So obviously all the drivers will not be getting full score for the angle, but I would have to say as a first run, that was pretty phenomenal.
Next up at the line is number 270, Ryuto Horiuchi in the Horiuchi factory. Brand new build, debuting it today. Missed last round to get it finalized. And here he is, LS&D Roadster. Let's see how he's going to do here. He's a 3rd overall of 2022 at FDJ2, moving into the Pro Series here. Coming around in outer zone 1 right there, dipping 2 tires, trying to hold on into this outer zone. Oh, looks like he just over-rotated a little bit through the start of that outer zone 2. You can hear that V8 roaring, and we haven't seen a V8 in quite some time here in the Formula Drift Japan series, so it's pretty cool to hear a different taste, different sound in this series.
Yeah, so unfortunately there was a big hiccup there at the outside zone 2, and that's going to affect his style and also the angle score. Also, it didn't look like he was able to make it all the way out to the outside zone right there. There's 2 tires off at the outside zone 1, and right here at outside zone 2, maximum angle, but had to pull it out, and there's a wobble there. Didn't make it all the way out to the outside zone 2 as well, to the edge of the track.
So as the judges analyze his run, we'll be waiting for his score. And you can see right there, outside of outer zone 2, dirt getting splattered on sponsored banners. Definitely has been a rough morning for these drivers during practice. So yesterday at the first half of practice, they had dry weather, beautiful, not beautiful, but pretty nice weather, overcast, but then it started downpouring on us halfway through the day. A few of them got a few rain runs in, but they came in today expecting it to be dry, but unfortunately we have the conditions we have.
Yeah, so not looking good for Horiuchi for his first run, but I have to say, you know, for a debut, he does have the car.
And there you are, 60 for his first qualified run for Horiuchi. Next up at the line is going to be number 54, Shang Nian.
Yeah, Horiuchi's run, I mean, I got to add, that was borderline unchaseable lead. So, yeah, not a good score for him. But hopefully he can come back next time. And yes, you said Nian is back. First round for him this year in his old car.
Exactly. And he's with Team Kazama with Power Vehicles coming around to outer zone 1, coming real hot into this outer zone 1. Filling that zone, trying to hang on here into this outer zone 2 early on. Just dipping 2 tires. Oh, real deep into the last half of that zone, swinging it back into this touch and go, bringing it back on track, but unable to get to that outer zone 3 completely. So kind of had some struggles throughout the zones, but you can see how difficult this track is being with the conditions we're stuck with.
Yeah, so usually an exciting driver, and I know he is kind of bummed that it's not dry right now because he's one of those, you know, pedal to the metal type of driver. A little bit of a hiccup there at the outside zone 2 adjustment, dipping a tire at the end of the outside zone 2 right here. Looks like he couldn't get his line put together correctly. He didn't make it out to the touch and go as well. But you know, first run is in the books. I'm pretty sure the second run, all these drivers are going to try to up their scores.
And there you go, 72 for his first qualify run. And that's the biggest thing, is getting a run in the books because of the conditions we're in, because we've seen it in our past where we've seen a lot of incompletes.
Yeah, we didn't have enough cars for the top 16 for the FDJ2 round last year, and also our FDJ3 round. We only had like 4 cars that qualified because of the rain.
Exactly. So we'll see if this next driver can get a nice solid run in. Number 620, Hideo Hideoka in the HRK Rapid 8.6. Right here, he's 6th overall in the 2022 FDJ2 Series. Moved up to the Pro Series. Let's see how he's going to do. Nice job filling that zone, adjusting himself just a little bit into this outer zone 2. He's right on that inside edge of it, just dipping a tire toward the end of that outer zone 2. Looks like it's a common factor we're seeing out here. Oh, and real deep into that outer zone 3. It looks like he might have dipped 3 tires.
That might have been 3 tires off. Let's go ahead and double check the last turn right here. That might have been a 3 tire off there because going off course after the block.
Yeah, it looks like right there is a common problem for a lot of these drivers coming in too hot into that outer zone 2, hanging the rear end out on the back half of that outer zone 2. So we'll see what the judges are going to say for that outer zone 3, if it was 3 tires for an incomplete, or are they going to give him a run on or a score for his run.
Yes, so there you go. That's an incomplete for Hiraoka. Unfortunately, the outside zone 3. The zone is there, and usually at the end of the edge of the track is where the edge of the zone. Pretty much he had 3 tires off going off through the finish line, and that's going to be an incomplete.
All right. So next up the line, you can see right there, number 9, Yukio Matsui. So he's 1st overall in the 2022 FDJ2 Series. He was supposed to debut his brand new car. You can see on his social media, he did a little blurb out there, had some picture of his new BMW that he built, but unfortunately he wasn't able to get it out here.
All right, now he's been doing great in practice. Interested to see how his qualify run is going to be.
And there he is, filling all of outer zone 2. Hard angle coming through into this outer zone 2 right here. I think I said outer zone 2 earlier, but here he is ripping through outer zone 2, able to save it, filling the zone, coming around through this touch and go, and making it happen, filling the zones. And yes, I know this, you out there, I see the comments and everything. I do tune into the comments that are happening, and I understand it's a lot slower than we're used to. There's no smoke show out here, but, you know, let's cross our fingers and hope that we have amazing tandem weather tomorrow.
You know what?
But let's get through today's qualify first.
You know what, but right here, nice line through there, and I love the way he pulled the angle on the outside zone 1. Touch and go in the last outside zone 2, not so much angle. Since I'm the angle judge, I'll be talking about that a lot. But being on the edge of the track, pretty sure that the other judges are going to reward him for a smooth run. And maybe the rain is actually helping him out this time because he was doing really good from practice in the rain today. Very smooth. And he's also a veteran, been in the drift scene for a long time, so he knows what he's doing.
Exactly. So we'll see. And like you said, he knows what he's doing. There you go, 86. He took
86.
first overall last year in FDJ2, came into this series ready to go, wants his new car, but unfortunately after the first 2 rounds, he's in this S13 that's worked out for him.
Yes, so that was a very smooth run by Matsui. Interesting to see what these drivers are going to do for their second run.
Exactly. Looks like next driver's pulling up to the 9, number 41, Shiichi Uemura, in his TMS Racing Team Cylon Tire Uemura Sangyo JZX 100 Mark II. So we'll see here, TMS Racing Team bringing 3 cars out here to compete. We'll see how their first driver is going to do on his first qualify run. There he is, swinging real hard. Oh, no, save it. Oh. And that right there, that's the first victim of that wall right there, unfortunately.
Backed it up a little too hard. Now, this is what's scary about this track. When it's slick, you want to make sure that you're not throwing it in that hard going to the outside zone 1 because it's slick. So you have to take that in consideration. You can't throw it in like it's dry. You have to kind of gradually do it. And I know everybody's going for the high style score, and hard flick is going to be critical to get that score. But you don't want to do it in the wet because now you're, more than broken parts, I'd be more worried because the car is really muddy. And I'd have to clean that off. I really don't like that. And I'm not an off-roading kind of guy.
That's true.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what? Maybe some of these drivers are trying to impress, Kale with his rally skills because he's a rally driver. Everybody trying to do some off-roading or something. I don't know. But unfortunate that Uemura is out there. They are making sure that the car is going to be okay to put back into the track. Hopefully he doesn't drive through the track and leave a lot of... I wish he backed up and just went up the hill, but, I mean...
Yeah, unfortunately he didn't. So, yeah, like Robbie said, we've seen our fair share of cars hit that mound today, and a few teams out there washing the car and getting all the dirt washed off, so...
Yeah, so that's going to be an incomplete, obviously, for Uemura. These harsh conditions for some of these drivers. Some of them are used to the wet. Some of them maybe not so much.
I mean, at this point they should be, because like y'all said, we have the bad luck of having rain. I mean, we've had some good times, but it looks like we got to roll through some bad times too.
I don't even remember the last time we came to Ebisu and it didn't rain.
For qualify for sure, because last year we actually had good tandem battles with dry weather.
So that's what we're looking forward to for tomorrow, knock on wood.
Yes.
But the last qualify too.
But wait, let me add in the two.
Didn't we have rain in Suzuka as well?
We did, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like every round we have rain, so there's no excuses for these drivers to not have a rain setup or not be able to, how can I say it? Practice in the rain or not be able to get used to the rain because it happens all the time.
That's true. But also for y'all out there that are just tuning in, this is actually a new setup from last year. So a lot of these drivers, there was a little bit of tweaking that you guys did this year to the track setup, pushing outer zone 2 further back.
Yeah, so the outer zone 2 is a little bit wider than before because it was narrower like how outside zone 3 is. Now, we didn't want to do that to outside zone 3 because we didn't want to force the drivers to drive to the edge of the track. And, once you're at the edge of the track, they have a stand there full of people. They're going to be shooting all kinds of rocks and everything out there. We don't want that. Safety comes first. So sorry about that, guys. You guys might think outside zone 3 is lame, but that's just the way it's going to be. But other than the outside zone 3, we got outside zone 1 and 2 is pretty exciting.
Exactly. And let's see how this wild driver right here is going to do. Yoichi Amagai in the Good Ride Motorsports with perfect style, S15, coming in real hot into this outer zone 1. Hanging on, looking beautiful through that zone, bringing it back around into this outer zone 2, filling that zone. And I gotta say, the last few rounds he struggled through qualify, and he's looking pretty good here. But here it is, the last zone he's got to fill, right in front of the crowd, dipping 2 tires. But overall, I gotta say, he really had control of that car.
Wow, you know what? To be honest, watching him at practice, it didn't look like he was doing too great. Right there, a little bit of wavering going to outside zone 1, but a very smooth arc there all the way, almost full angle throughout there. One tire off at the outside zone 2. A little bobble coming out of outside zone 2. Kind of shallow at the touch and go, but right here, looks like he holds his angle. 2 tires dipping, but you know what? Overall, if it looks good, it's good.
So we'll see Good Ride Motorsports coming in deep with 5 cars competing today. And we're going to see how Amagai did as the first car in the Good Ride Motorsports team.
Wow, so that was it feels like we got the old Amagai back, because he was a wild driver and he hasn't been doing so well this past couple events, and now it looks like he's throwing down. And you know, to be honest, I was kind of doubting that run because he was throwing so much angle, and I thought he was going to lose it, but he didn't. He
there you go, 83.
83, very nice run by Amagai. And being in the 80s right now, I'm pretty sure that's like the safe zone. And under these conditions, you know, there was a small things that he did make mistakes here and there, but I'm pretty sure he can clean it up. If he can do that for the second run, it should be a better score.
So let's see how this next driver is going to do. Number 125, Yoshihiko Tamagawa in the Car Guy Racing JZA80 Supra.
So Tamagawa, also another precise, wild driver, and he's always, you know, making it into the higher place in the ladder all the time. I think he likes the bigger tracks where it's, you know, a lot of smoke and a lot of throttle.
Yeah, Suzuka, he struggled a little to stay on the track. That was his problem. So we're going to see how he's going to do through this outer zone 1, if he can keep it on the track. And here he is, ripping into the 3-2-1. Approaching the outer zone 1, could have been a lot deeper into that zone, but swinging it back around. Oh, and there he is right there, dipping 2 tires right off the track where a lot of cars are struggling, but bringing it right back around through the touch and go and finishing strong into that outer zone 3.
All right, so I would have to say, you know, it looks like he's taking it easy on the angle side of it, not super deep. I like the way he handled the last outside zone, but right here, you can see very easily now because of the wet, where the tires are going. Most of the outside zones, he's been dipping tires here and there, so I'd like to see what the line score is going to be for him too. But I'm not going to say it's a high rate of angle throughout the track, and not as smooth as some of these drivers. So looking at that run, looking forward to seeing what the other 2 judges have to say for the score.
There you go, 71 for his first qualify run.
All right, 71. That's a score in the books, so let's see how he's going to do for the second run. Nothing spectacular. You know, 70 is a C pretty much, so that's almost like average. Let's see what he can do for a second run.
Exactly. Next right there, you can see on the screen is number 610, Kei Murakami in the Village Up JZX 100 Mark II.
I believe he has a new car coming too. He has a GR86 in the works right now, getting built at the same place as Matsui's BMW.
So here he is leaving the chicane, coming around.
Oh,
taking a little bit too high right there, coming into that. Just holding on right there. Oh!
Ooh.
It looked a little safe there. He got right back on it to try to save himself, but he couldn't stop it from...
Yeah, I mean, that was a hard flick for a wet track.
Hey, and sorry for me yelling in there. It got a little exciting there at the end.
It's okay.
But
hey, yeah, but you know what? He didn't hit any cones. And he's driving off the track, so good job by... Oh, no, he did hit the last 1 cone, but man, I thought he was going to flip it.
Took out the whole front
bumper. Thank God that he didn't. Had a taste of the Ebisu West Course wall. I know a lot of you, luckily, and I have to knock on wood, I have never went up that wall all these times I've driven here, so I'm really fortunate that I haven't.
Well, that just means you're not going hard enough, I guess. I'm talking crap over here like I'm going to do anything.
All right, so that's official. That's an incomplete for Murakami.
Exactly. Sean was just saying if he didn't peg right back on it, it could have been way worse. He kind of slowed his car down a little bit, the momentum. But speaking of drivers, we have 45 drivers competing today. We've gotten through about 10 right now. And so far we've had only 3 incompletes. So, you know, I'm not trying to jinx anything. I'm knocking on wood.
Yeah. Yeah, so here you see us right here on the sitting at the judging stand. We're on the top of this hill, right above this, right next to the outside zone 1 wall area. And all you can see is the fog. I'm happy enough that it is wet. I wish it was dry, but at least we don't have this fog, because I think one of the years, a couple years ago, we had to kind of wait for the fog to kind of chill out, because visibility was really bad for our qualifier, I think the round, so here at Ebisu. And we're in the mountains, so anything can happen out in the mountains. It can stop raining, it can start raining.
Looks like Junji Yamamoto is ready to go. And his good ride 2JZ FD3S. Here he is ripping into this outer zone 3. Oh, no. Another one to take the hard spill right there. And that looks like it was a lot worse. Look at, he sunk himself. There's a huge pothole right there at the very end.
He is cooking right now.
He really is.
In the pot right now.
Cooking in the pot right now.
He said there's a pothole, so it looks like the car is boiling and... Ooh.
Oh.
Oh man, just the cleanup, man. That's what's going through my mind. Obviously the broken arrow parts and stuff. I'm pretty sure the team will get the car back on the road. But I'd have to say this past couple of mishaps that we had, it doesn't look like the car is damaged to the point where they're not going to be able to do their second run. So good thing we don't have that. Knock on wood, obviously. And once again, official, it's
incomplete.
Junji Yamamoto gets an incomplete.
Yeah, so as we're waiting for him to get pulled out of the, I don't know what you want to call it, the ditch or the rut. Or
steer to the other way, though.
Hopefully he does. But yeah, we're out here at Ebisu Circuit. If you haven't been here, phenomenal facility. How many tracks they got here?
A lot.
Too many to count.
A lot.
But yeah.
So yeah, let's go over it while we're watching the FD get pulled out. We got here West Course. We got, they call it the Drift Stadium, but the old Minami became a dirt track.
But wait, let's go both. So it's West Course, which a lot of people call it Nishi, and then roll through. Then you got.
Okay, so Minami, they call it Minami, but they're officially it's supposed to be a South Course, but their name is Drift Stadium. But now it's a dirt track. We got School Course. We got North Course with this Kita, that's North. And we have East Course with this Higashi. That's the big one where they do a lot of the grip racing and all that other stuff. Then we have Toge Course, the Tuge. When I used to read American magazines when I was younger in Japan, I would see the word Tuge, and I didn't know what it was. And I realized that it was Toge. But so we got Toge Course with this Tuge course, and we also have.
You have obviously the Kudu land and stuff like that. That's like the figure eights where you kind of get the first-hand experience, skid pads, yeah.
Oh, look at that.
But
mud caked on that front tire.
But they also, in the dead center, the heart of the park, they have a safari park here.
Yes.
You can check it out.
Yeah, so if you're here with your family, there's a lot to do. Because I know my brother's coming tomorrow to come watch the event, but he's also bringing his son, and they're going to go to the safari park too. So, I mean, there's a lot to do in this area. Ooh, did he break something maybe?
I think so, because it looks like he
came
in.
No, it was straight earlier. He straightened it earlier.
But I think the other side, when he came full lock, he might have. It looks like he's good.
He's
okay.
It, yeah. Maybe he just doesn't know his steering. I don't know.
We can't explain it. We don't know what's going on right now. We're just trying to read the screen just like y'all out there.
Yeah, you know what? But let's go ahead and see what Sean Adriano has to say, because he's never on the mic.
Yo, what up, Kenny?
So Sean's back here in the house for Formula Drift Japan. You were here last for round one. What was your experience with round one?
It was good. I mean, first time judging professionally, and I guess with the whole line angle style system, I've done judging in Pro-Am, but it was more based off the, the 100-point system. So definitely some learning curve, but, this seems like it's going a little bit smoother this time. So
I probably can't get the full spectrum, but Atlanta happened last weekend.
Correct.
Tell me the different dynamic. I mean, you guys had what, 20
As far
plus
as-
thousand
like,
spectators? Just the feel, the the energy that was there.
I mean, because I've been to quite a few Formula Drift Japan events before, and been working with the U.S. side for years now. But it's definitely a little bit different. A lot of the tracks here in Japan are pretty secluded, so you don't get as many spectators, I guess. But it seems like it's definitely increasing as the years go on, so that's pretty cool to see.
Exactly. We had the longest probably country hold out of pretty much the globe. So that was our biggest struggle the last 3 years. But yes, like you said, we are getting more and more fans out here. But yeah, I'm glad that you came back out here. It's awesome having you here, especially a good chill time after behind the scenes. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, man.
But
always a good time out in Japan.
Exactly. So hopefully we'll see you more out here on the rest of the season. And man, hopefully maybe I could check you out at one of the ones in the States.
Yeah, man. Come out. Have some fun.
Exactly.
Definitely be cool to show you how those events, how different they are kind of behind the scenes. So
Exactly. And I couldn't imagine being on the PA system with that many people, because like Robbie was telling me earlier, Long Beach and Atlanta this year are both record-breaking for the 20th anniversary. So it's just getting bigger and bigger. Drifting's getting bigger. It's already a global thing, but it's getting bigger to the point where it's going to be the apex of what this is. This kind
for
of
sure.
driving.
I mean, like, you got to think about it. I mean, Formula Drift's been around for 20 years. That seems like a long time, but as far as motorsports goes, like, that's still relatively young, I guess you could say.
Yes, it's the newest, I think, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, like, every year you just see just changes in the sport itself, from the regulations or whatever, and just the growth. So that's really cool to see, so pretty hyped on that.
Exactly. So we'll get back to Robbie, but we'll get you back on the mic probably tomorrow during Top 32, Top 16. But next up at the line, ready to go, is going to be Tadahito Fukada in the Tanabe SSR Team Dunlop JZX 100 Mark II.
Yeah, he was a victim of the wall earlier.
He was. You can see his front bumper missing. He was one of the worst ones we had today during practice, but looks like his car is squared away, ready to go. Had some mechanical issues yesterday, but looks like his team dialed it in. Looks like he's just kind of coasting himself into the outer zone 1, so we'll see what the judges are going to say for that. But this rain is definitely affecting the way this man drives. He's the gentle giant, been around. Now, this is his 10th season, been here since day 1, driven every round. So the rain is nothing new to this man.
Yeah, a little too safe there, I would have to say, by Fukada. He's really taking it easy, and I know the last time he drove on this track was going up the wall right now, so a lot of wavering going to outside zone 1, and right here had to kind of initiate going to the outside zone 2 area. And not a whole lot of angle throughout the track, so I'd have to say, not going to be looking at the highest scores on the board right now, but he does have a score. I mean, there's a lot of cars that we already have incompletes. We already have 4 incompletes. That's almost half of the cars that we've already seen.
Exactly. So we'll see what he's going to get. 63 for his first qualify run.
Yeah, so now I don't know what the borderline is going to be for making it into top 32, because we have, 40 plus drivers here. So maybe over 10 cars will not be going into the finals tomorrow for the tandems. So what you want to do is, obviously you want to run the best run, get the highest score you can, and be the #1 qualifier here. But before that, you don't want to try too hard. You want to make sure that you're making it into the game.
So let's see how Ryutaro Oe is going to do in his Awa Tire Racing FD3S, coming around through the 3-2-1, bringing it into this outer zone 1, just barely holding on right there, swinging it back around. Ooh. Looks like he kind of stalled up there halfway through that outer zone 2. Last year he was in an S14, but this year he's in this beast of a build, 3-rotor FD. See how he's going to do for the judges.
Yeah, so looking at right here, he does pause.
There he is, bringing it back. Outer zone 3 was nice.
All right, so we're just looking at his run right now, outside zone 2, where he paused. That could have been, an unchaseable lead. Basically parked it there, and if there was a car that was chasing him, he could have got hit. But looking at the conditions right now, in the rain, that was just taken as a huge or major mistake by Oe.
So we'll see, just waiting on the judge's final call. There you go, 67 for his first qualify run.
So 67, if he didn't have that part cleaned up the track or a little bit, making it to the outside zones, to the edge of the track on the line, pretty sure he's going to bump up his score. So let's see what he's going to do for his second run.
Next at the line, ready to go, is number 73, Ikuo Saito, in his Motis West Auto R35 GTR. New car for him in this series. He was in a JZX 100 the last 3 years or so, but let's see how he's going to do on his first qualify run. Leaving the chicane now, approaching the 3-2-1.
Ooh.
Coming into this outer zone 1, getting 2 tires right there, dipping 2 tires into that outer zone 1. Just manipulating the car through that outer zone 2, bringing it back around to the touch and go. A little bit of a bobble through that touch and go.
Ooh.
Just saving it there at the back half through the finish.
Yeah, so I know it's probably a very hard and difficult car to tackle this track with in this condition as well, but I think the development of the car is probably not there yet, where it's, everything looks very choppy and the angle is not smooth. The car wants to, do a million things at the same time, and it doesn't look like he's able to handle that right now. So hopefully he can get that all squared away, and maybe it's different when it's dry. But looking at the run right now, I'm not going to say that was the best run I've seen today. And I've driven like 3 GTRs previously.
So the struggle when it
kind
comes
of,
to
yeah,
it.
all, it started with, underdeveloped.
Boom, 66 for his first qualify run.
And making it into a little bit better, and then the last one I drove was probably the best one out of the 3, with the technology and, the trend we have in drifting and stuff. But it takes a lot to, develop a new car and something that's not supposed to be drifting all the time, drift.
So here we are. You can see the damage in the front. Next up is going to be number 12, Nagayasu Miyagi in the Car Guy Racing ZN686. So he suffered the wall, went straight into the wall on his last practice run that he had. We'll see if he brushed that all off and he's going to make it a successful run. Approaching this outer zone 1 here. Getting right back on it through that outer zone 1. Bringing it around. Oh, and just over-rotating into that outer zone 2.
All right, so I think the first, spinning out again at outside zone 3. I think the first area that's hard is driving through the outside zone 1 and being able to control your speed and not coming to an abrupt park or stop is hard. And he kind of slowed down a little bit too much going after outside zone 1, which helped his car over-rotate, and that's it. That's an incomplete for Nagase for his first run. I'm sorry, Miyagi for the first run. I said Nagase right now because I was looking at our papers, and Nagase is going to be missing his first run, and I was going to tell you that. That's why I said that, but that was Miyagi. I'm sorry. I'm fired.
No, you're doing way better than I am. So, looks like we're waiting. It looks like the next driver is pulling up to the line right now, and it's going to be number 17, Jin Horino in the Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing Mew S14, powered by a VR. Insane powerhouse. You can see it sticking out right there through the hood. We're going to see how he's going to do on his first qualify run.
So Horino being in several different platforms and engines, now in an S14 with VR.
Here he is coming around, carrying it through that 3-2-1 into this outer zone 1, right on the edge right there of outer zone 1, bringing it back around through outer zone 2 here, hanging on right at the finish, or the last part of it. Maybe a little bit too much there, leaving outer zone 2. But yeah, you could see the struggles with the track conditions.
All right, so high rate of angle there going to the outside zone 1. And Gaines' angle going outside zone 2 fixes it a little bit, but I like the way he does take handle outside zone 2. But right here, after leaving the outside zone 2, he stays on the outside a little bit too much, gets on the slick area, doesn't do a hard flick or hard enough flick where he doesn't throw so much angle at the touch and go, and gains angle towards the end of outside zone 3. So overall, I would have to say he got a score in his
We'll see what the judges have to say. It's funny, somebody mentioned on here it's like ice racing, and I got to actually experience that. Robbie took me out to one of the lake tracks out here. Insane. Yes, you're in slow motion, but the slightest bit of throttle adjustment or movement is a huge change.
Yeah, so it just gives you a lot of time to think. But I think rain day driving is, everybody wants to get finished with the track, but it's more of how well you can wait. It's like you know, you try to give your dog a treat, you tell him to wait.
Boom, 74.
And they don't want to. That's the hard part. You want to go and give it gas and throw a lot of angle, but you have to gently do it. Yeah. So
patience. So that's what these drivers got to find today. Next up at the line is going to be number 58, Kazuhiro Kubo in the Vacant Seas 180SX.
Yeah, and we just skipped car number 75, Koji Nagase from Team Kazama with Power Vehicles. He had a mechanical issue earlier, so hopefully he can get his car back for the second run.
Kubo coming around through the 3-2-1, carrying it through, holding on right after outer zone 1, dipping 2 tires, but just able to save his car from the mound right there, bringing it back around into this outer zone 2 here. See how he's going to do through the touch and go in his approach into this outer zone 3. Bringing it right, and right at the finish, just losing it, because like Robbie said, the apex of that turn right there is very difficult, and a lot of drivers were spinning out during practice.
Yeah, the problem is he didn't set himself up good enough for the outside zone 3. Now when he was driving through, let's go into, he pretty much, that was a 3 tire off at the initiation outside zone 1 anyway, so it would have been an incomplete.
Exactly. From the angle we saw, just seeing it live, it was kind of hard to see, but you saw the replay right there where his the third tire dipped out in outer zone 1, but right there, that solidifies the incomplete.
Yeah, so you got an incomplete, but right there where you saw him spin out, going to the outside zone 3, where the touch and go was, he was very shallow, so that kind of shot the car, give it more momentum going to the outside zone 3, and then he has to, rotate the car too quick and ended up spinning out. All right, now at the line we have 4-time Formula Drift Japan champion Andrew Gray. He debuted as a Lexus RC a few years back. Now he's back in the championship-winning platform JZX 100 Chaser. I'm sorry, Mark II. So let's see what he's gonna do. His shop is here. This is his home track.
Exactly. One of possibly 6 to 7 drivers' home track out here, so they got a lot to prove to see who's the top contender out here at Ebisu Circuit. And there he is, swinging around outer zone 2. Nice job filling that zone. Approaching this touch and go. Bringing it back around in this outer zone 3. Holding on into this finish. Not bad at all by Andy.
All right, so I'd have to say Andy's run right now, not a high rate of angle, but I'd say nice and smooth. He kind of knows what's going on with the track. Right here goes a little wide on the outside zone 2 area. Isn't able to make the car get out of the zone earlier. But right here, I like the way he handles the last outside zone 3. Nice angle, good speed control throughout the track. So let's see what the other judges have to say. Very smooth. There you go, 79 points.
79 for his first qualifier run.
I think missing the outside zone 1, he wasn't out as much as he was supposed to be. That probably hurts the line score right there. I think a few more points, that would have been, in the 80s already. So we'll see what he's going to do for his second run.
Looks like we're waiting for the next driver. It's a teammate of Andy. With the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles, it's going to be another JZX 100, but it'll be a chaser this time. It looks like he's approaching the line. So approaching the line is going to be number 86, Kenichi Takashima. Oh, disregard what I said. Now I can see imaging right now. It's not Takashima.
Yeah. So Takashima, all the drivers are supposed to make it to your qualify on time, and if you don't make it, you just don't make it, and they're going to skip you. So I guess something happened where Takashima didn't make it to the start line. So,
but next at the line right there is number 61, Mao Yamanaka. He is the 2021 FDJ2 champ. So that was the first ever FDJ2 series we ever ran. He solidified it and rolled up into this Pro Series in the Good Ride Motorsports A90 Supra.
Yeah, so a young driver. His father also competed in the Formula Drift USA Series.
Looks like he's coming out real aggressive through this 3-2-1, bringing it into outer zone 1. Just missing the zone. Needs be a little bit deeper right there. Swinging it back around into this outer zone 2. Nice job through that outer zone 2 right there. Oh, huge correction. Adjusting himself, approaching that touch and go.
Oh my God, he just threw it all away.
Yeah, I gotta say, outer zone 2 looked clean. Outer zone 1 could have been cleaned up, but he ruined it, leaving that outer zone 2.
I mean, minus the line on the outside zone 1, I like how the way he carried the angle. Look at how much angle he has in outside zone 2. Good job to here, leaving outside zone 2 in a good area. Then right here, it's just too much grip. Yeah, it's unfortunate. That's going to be an incomplete for Yamanaka's first run, even though everything looked like it was good. But
and like Robbie said, too much grip. It looks like the conditions right now, it's not raining or anything. And we might.
It's raining. It's raining.
I mean, my eyes aren't the best, so.
It's sprinkling, not
it's
sprinkling.
Misting. It's misting. There
exactly.
You go.
Ain't that cute, guys, when we, say things at the same time?
Correct each other. It's like we're in sync. Next up is number 963, Daichi Mizutani in the Mizutani Motors Maryosha Racing S15. He's definitely struggled through practice. We're going to see how he collected himself, checked his replays, bringing it into this first qualify run, approaching this outer zone 1 right here. Oh! Looks like he just over-rotated a little bit through that zone and unable to hang on. Had that backwards entry going on.
Unfortunate for Mizutani. You know what? But we do have 2 runs. Man, I don't even know if we bring in the whole knockout qualifying like how we do in the U.S., it'll be tough for some of these drivers.
You're right.
But maybe we will next year.
But it'd save y'all a little bit because, 45. So you guys are going to be reviewing 90 runs today. Yeah, Sean, 90 runs today is what you're going to be checking out. Yep, I got a thumbs up from him. So he's excited.
It does save time and everything, but I think...
there's the official right there for the incomplete.
You have to be on your A game for the first run. And I really like how they do that, where you can't mess up on your first run because then you're knocked down to something less than 24.
So next up, coming to the line, coming all the way from the West Coast, number 21, Ken Gushi, and the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles Lexus IS 500 F Sport Performance. Insane build here by the Team Kazama.
Hey, we have 10 incomplete so far.
I don't want to hear that.
So, just saying.
No pressure or
so
anything.
Here we go, Ken Gushi, his first run here at Ebisu. Looking good at for practicing. So let's see how he does here.
It looks like he's coming out real aggressive right there, dipping a tire through that outer zone 1, but carrying it through early on into this outer zone 2. Just a little shy of that outer zone 2. Coming around into this touch and go. Still getting the hang of this car. Brand new build, debuted at Suzuka. Has only had a small amount of time in this vehicle.
Yeah, so I'd say, you know, getting to angle overall is pretty good, but the touch and go area, he loses a lot of score there because he pretty much kind of transitions through the touch and go and kind of shallow as he's going through, but I like the way he handles outside zone 3. Maybe that's one tire off from this line judge, but that's all up to him, so I'm not going to say much about that. But overall,
I got to say, though, it looks like he's ready for tandem battles because during the practice, there you go, 77, because during the practice sessions, he was, I think, one of the only
ones that were, tandeming.
Exactly. Early on, and I know it's a struggle watching tandem battles in the rain, but he was making it look easy. And here we are next at the line, a Cusco Racing member, number 770, Yoshitatsu Kaneda in his GR86.
Yeah, the runner-up of FDJ2 from 2021.
Yes, 2021.
He hasn't got his been able to do super great in FDJ yet, but let's see if this is going to be the round for him.
Yeah, he's finding himself in the middle of the pack, but you know, the Cusco Racing team bringing in 5 cars this season.
Ooh,
he's definitely going to prove himself, and here he is coming around into the touch and go. A little light on that touch and go. Adjusting himself, dipping 2 tires through that outer zone 3 into the finish.
All right, so the outside, I'd have to see the outside zone 3, make sure that he has all the tires inside, but let's go ahead and check this out. Nice job at the outside zone 1, going through right on the edge, outside zone 2. I like the way he's carrying his angle as well. 1 tire off outside zone 2. Then right here for the transition, hardly no angle at the touch and go, and right there.
But yeah, it looked like 2 tires, but possibly could have been that right front as a third, but we'll see what the judges are going to say. It sounds like he was safe in that outer zone 3. There you are, the Cusco Racing girls cheering on one of their drivers. So like I said, they got 5 cars here today competing, and we're going to see how they're going to do. One of the cars being the young Hiroya Minoa, landing in that top position at Suzuka Twin Circuit. He's going to try to do a back-to-back. We'll see how he's going to do. But till then, let's see if the score for Kaneda is going to be rolling through, or are they going to give him an incomplete. Here's another replay of it through the 3-2-1. Nice drop through outer zone 1, hanging on to it. Into this outer zone 2, but the big question right now for these judges is the outer zone 3. How many tires was outside of it? Whether it was going to give him the incomplete with 3 tires off.
I think he's getting a score, but it's going to be a deduction there.
Okay.
Yeah, because Hiraoka earlier went off, and it was a lot more obvious where it looks like he was on the. It looks like he was on the. The front right tire would have been right on the line, so.
Yeah, the big thing is anything after 2 tires, it's an incomplete. But looks like the next driver is ready to go at the line, number 80, Yuta Komatsu, in the Komatsu Racing Lexus IS. So he came out last event in an IS
300, but it's pretty much an Altezza.
Yeah, and that's his teammate's car, but here he is coming out in his actual IS that he had the last 3 years. Bringing it into this outer zone. Huge correction before that 3-2-1 right there. But able to hang on through that outer zone 1, bringing it around outer zone 2, filling outer zone 2 right there, just dipping a tire right there on the back half. Let's see how he's going to switch back around through the touch and go. Dragging it around here into this outer zone 3. And I got to say, he definitely cleaned it up from how he was approaching the 3-2-1, because I got a little worried there.
Yeah, so a lot of adjustments here, as you can see, a lot of e-braking. So I would have to say not the smoothest run. He's going for the outside zones to keep the car there. A lot of wavering there too. So Yeah, so overall not bad, and he does make it around the track, but not the cleanest run.
So we'll see here. He has brand new livery from last year. There you go, 73 for Komatsu's first qualify run.
Yeah, so he made it in, or he was going into outside zone 1. It was a few step, I guess, e-braking and going to the angle and very shallow, leaving outside zone 2 as well. So I know it's hard to, give angle, max amount of angle in the car here in the wet, but yeah, we're going to have to see some of the drivers are able to do that. So
at the line now is number 870, Akihiro Hanawa, and his T-Square with Good Ride DGR Eternal Speedmaster Z4, powered by a VQ. VQ powered BMW coming into this 3-2-1. Approaching the outer zone 1 right there, dipping 2 tires, but bringing it back in right there, reeling it into this outer zone 2. Keeping the car sideways there, out of outer zone 2. Looks like he hesitated just a little bit through that touch and go to get that car wrapped back around, but finishing strong there through that outer zone 3.
all right, I think some of these drivers are forgetting that the touch and go, you have to be at angle too. But there you go, has 2 tires off at the outside zone 1. Good angle going into outside zone 2. Not all the way out to the outside, not smooth either, but makes it around outside zone 2. And right there, kind of a step angle going towards the touch and go. And good enough angle at the last zone.
So yeah, definitely needs to clean up that touch and go. Go back to the replay, check it out, make sure he's, flicking it harder, because like Robbie said, he kind of did a slow transition, not much angle at all, into that touch and go, but able to fill outer zone 2 beautifully. We'll see. There you go, Hanawa with a 69 for his first qualify run.
Yeah, so 2 tires off at the outside zone 1, not being on the line, not making it out to the touch and go is hurting his score on the line. So let's see what he can do for his second run.
Next driver's ready to go, number 666, Shuichi Mano, and his Victor Racing with Chadi Boy style 1 via. Here he is leaving the chicane. Approaching this 3-2-1 here. Just shallow right there.
Nice
carrying it through. Approaching the outer zone 2 here. Nice job into that entry into that outer zone 2. Holding on, bringing it right back around here. Looks like he held back just a little bit through that touch and go. Dipping 2 tires right there through outer zone 3. So looked very clean up into that outer zone 2, but it looks like that touch and go kind of got him caught up.
Yeah, right there, nice and smooth. A lot of angle going through outside zone 1. A little bit of correction there. Look at that full lock at the outside zone 2 area. A little bit of a wobble there too, but kind of throws it all the way after the touch and go area and going outside zone 3. So the step type of angle. So I think the first half looked good, but the second half, not so much.
So definitely going to get him a score in the books, but he'll have to fix that second half. And I got to say that outer zone 2, he had probably some of the least amount of e-braking that we've seen. Yeah, he kind of throttled off, but his tires were still spinning throughout that zone. There you go, 74 for his first qualify run.
Yeah, so I would have to say some of the drivers that are in the 80s, they're outside zone 1 and 2, very smooth. And their angle, they hit it, and the car just stays the way it comes in. Not, gaining, losing, the off and on throttle, the smoothness, totally is very important.
We'll see how this next driver is going to do, how smooth they're going to be. Tomoki Tanaka in the V-Style Good Ride with Tetsujin JZX 100. Here he is approaching this outer zone 1, carrying it through, getting right back on the throttle. Oh, looks like his back end wanted to come back around here, ripping into this outer zone 2. And yeah, it wasn't quite too smooth with that transition from outer zones 1 and 2, but outer zone 3, he's just holding on right on the edge of outer zone 3. So we'll see here.
Yeah, so just the same, you know, going into the track or going into the outside zone 1 area does a good job with the angle, but after that it kind of falls apart where it's not smooth and he can't keep the angle there. And I know I'm being very picky about this, but it's wet and it's very hard, and I understand, but we do have to, you know, we have to be a little picky on our scoring too, because, you know, we want the best to make it on top.
And there you go, 78 for his first qualify run. So the 70s, I don't know how safe it is right now because that's about the average we're seeing right now. We got 45 drivers today. Who's going to solidify the top 32 spots?
That's
not the grass.
Yeah, grass.
I think they want that.
That was just weed. Weeds. All right.
Next at the line is number 311, Naoto Suenaga in the Atlas Tire Drift, Team Fukushima in the Fair Lady Z. And last year he took home the win here at Ebisu Circuit.
He won, you know.
This is his home grounds too.
Yeah, he's a tandem specialist, you know, one of the Team Orange members, OG guys here. And now, let's see what he's going to do in the wet.
Here he is coming around for his first qualify run, ripping into this 3-2-1. You could hear that VR screaming around into this outer zone 2 right here. Nice job through outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 2. He's really cleaning up. Let's see this flick back around through the touch and go. A little subtle on it, coming back around into this outer zone 3. Real deep into the outer zone 3, tipping a tire, but finishing strong.
He is taking the safe route, I think, not kicking so much angle. As you can see right here, how much lock there is. Look at that front tire. Not a lot of counter steer here throughout the track, but I would have to say I won't blame him. You know, it's wet, it's your first run. You want to make sure that you put your score in. And yeah, all these girls are cheering for him too, so you want to make sure that he doesn't mess up, because you won't want to upset them, you know.
Exactly. So we're going to see what the judges are going to give him for his first qualify run. In his Fair Lady Z, last year he was in the 370Z. Now he's got that beautiful, there you go, 82, but he's got that beautiful 400Z.
Yes, nice and smooth. He knew what he was doing. Just want to see a little bit more angle throughout the track.
So just an update, because a lot of people are asking, the WRC champ that's out here, Calais Rovanpera, he's actually sitting in number 1 at an 89. A lot of people were asking. I had to fill the, I'm going to answer y'all. I'm reading the comments. So, but next up at the line is number 530, Wataru Masayama, in his Good Ride Motorsports GR Yaris. Here he is leaving the chicane, now approaching the 3-2-1. Bringing it in to outer zone 1 here. Able to get it into that zone right there, but trying to nimble the car into this outer zone 2. Through practice, we saw a little bit of struggling, but it looks like he's getting it down, filling these zones right here, and making it happen in his car today here in the GR Yaris.
So another, I'd have to say, a clean run by Masayama, but looks safe on the angle side of it, very shallow. And very similar to a lot of the runs that I've seen that are like in the mid-70s, I would have to say, here at the track. Now, you know, I don't know what the other judges are giving him as a score, so there you go.
74.
Man, I'm a good guess.
Well, same with the people out here on the live stream too. I see y'all score out there, mid-70s. Not sure if that's a safe zone, but yes, we're still in the first run of qualifying. We're going to have a full Another run after we're done with this first session with the 45 drivers that are out here competing today.
All right, so I know it's wet, it's bad conditions, but what we want to see is smooth driving. They're so heavy on the throttle where it's either on or off, and maybe it's because the cars are gripped up so much, and the on and off, getting heavy on the throttle, that doesn't help on the angle score either because the car is a little twitchy. So we'd like to see some smoother driving. So right here, this is the real RZ34 Fairlady Z. The other one was a 370Z built into this.
Exactly.
So this is Hibino driving for the Good Ride Motorsports.
Here he is, approaching this 3-2-1. Woo! Coming in real hot into this outer zone 1. Nice job through that zone, filling the zone, looking very clean through that zone into this outer zone 2.
Ooh.
Some extreme angle, leaving that outer zone 2, bringing it back around.
Nice.
Nice job through that touch and go. Oh, but just over-rotating after that outer zone 3. That was a beautiful run that he had, but unfortunately...
Oh, my God.
You got to end in drift.
Oh, my God, that's such a waste. I like the way, look at, we were just talking about being smooth. Very smooth. Outside zone 1. A little bit of wobble outside zone 2, leaving outside zone 2 a little wavering there, but look at this. Feels the touch and go. Nice angle going through outside zone 3 as well, and man, if he was able to hold that, that would have been a pretty good score, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I got to say, you called that, Robbie. That zone right there, the finish line, it's in a very sketchy spot because after they leave that touch and go, if they're not carrying hard enough angle to kind of slow them down a little bit, they're going to overshoot it.
Yeah, because I think it's more of the overshooting. I think a lot of people try to gain the angle as they're going to outside zone 3, and that's what's scary because you want to be set while you're going through outside zone 3 and finishing off the track, maybe even taking out angle as you're going through the end of outside zone 3 and the finish line because it looks like, there's not a lot of traction there at the end of outside zone 3, and a lot of drivers are struggling through there.
Exactly. We'll see how this next driver is going to do, number 30. Takumi Sato in his Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Chaser. And I got to say, Team Kazama with Power Vehicles coming in strong with 7 cars out here today. So we're going to see how Sato's going to do on his first qualify run, leaving the chicane now, approaching this 3-2-1. Nice flick there through that 3-2-1. Is he going to be able to hang on to it right there? Dipping 4 tires, but saving the car is what we're looking at right now, and he just saved himself right there.
Yeah, I kind of saw it coming when he initiated already. I mean, the initiation looked awesome. Yeah, that was an awesome initiation, but I kind of saw it coming because he was coming in he was packed with a lot of heat. So, man, you know what? If he can do that on the second run and pull it off, that would have been amazing.
I got to say, like you said, it was exciting from the start, but then scary toward the finish. I was like, oh, but able to save himself. You can see right here in the replay, just saving himself, rotating the car, getting right back on throttle to slow it down. So unfortunately, that'll be an incomplete. So back-to-back incompletes we're seeing. We'll see if this next Team Kazama with Power Vehicles car is going to be able to put a score in the books and make it happen. But first, we got to let these track crewmen get our outer zone 1 set back up. Thank you to the Ebisu staff taking care of the track, making it happen today. And yeah, I want to say last weekend, Ebisu had their own series out here. EDS was going on. So they've been back-to-back. They've been busy. Granted, the drift season started, so they're nonstop busy because they had Mod City a few weeks ago before that.
Yes, it is a busy year for a lot of the drivers. And the COVID and all that other stuff is, left behind. The traveling restrictions are lifted. Easier for everybody to, go in and out from, the U.S., Japan, all over the world. A lot to do.
Here we are, Roy Okabe coming around into this 3-2-1. And the JZX 100 Mark II bringing it around into outer zone 2 here. Fighting his way around the track. Just keeping the car within the track right there, bringing it back around through that touch and go. And oh, the fate of the outer zone 3 finish right there.
You know, that might be like a... No, I know it's not banked or anything, but I don't know if it's like an opposite bank, it's falling off.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure.
From
But,
our angle has a
you know
downgrade
what? But
to
I
it.
drove there a couple weeks ago too, but it wasn't like that. I think it's just because it's wet. And a lot of people are kind of, how can I say it? That area, a lot of people are just kind of coasting. So it gets slick. Not a lot of cars are going there doing burnouts or, you know, drifting through there. So,
but you also have the spectators there, so some of them are trying to like, oh, I want to get some nice angle here / get right back on it. But
Yeah,
unfortunately,
yeah.
right there, he spun out and through the finish.
Man, I mean,
Tallying up all the incompletes that we have. But till then, right at the line, we have number 3, Takatoshi Imamaida in the 5X Tire Navigate S14.
that's already 11 incompletes that we have. All right.
So we'll see how
Take a
Imamaida
deep
is going to
breath,
do. Got this.
You got this. Whoa.
Oh, real aggressive right there. A lot of angle coming into this outer zone 1 here, filling that zone beautifully.
Wow, that's a lot of angle there.
Bringing it right back around through this outer zone 2. And here he is transitioning back around through the touch and go and making it happen. Here he is.
Ooh.
Just dipping a tire into that outer zone 3, but I got to say that entry into that outer zone 1 was very aggressive.
Yeah, so that was I'm giving him a pretty much a perfect score on the outside zone 1 for angle, but everything else couldn't carry it through as much. Outside zone 2 does a good job. Outside zone 3, average angle. And I think since everybody's spinning out at the end of the outside zone 3, they're getting a little timid to throwing a lot of angle. But overall, an exciting run by Imamaida.
So we'll see what score. We see mid-80s going on right now in the live chat. Let's see if y'all are right. You guys have been pretty consistent the last 3.5 years with me, and I'm banking on y'all. There you go, 84, mid-80s like y'all said.
See, it's like, you know what? We're not wrong. We're doing a good job.
Exactly. So we'll see.
Oh, you know who's doing a good job? All the drivers. And this man traveling all the way from New Zealand.
You got number 123, Mad Mike Woodette in the Team Magic with Red Bull FD3S RX-7.
He had a contact in the practice yesterday with Kale.
Exactly.
That was kind of cool to see 2 Red Bull cars drifting together.
But here he is ripping in his 3-2-1, coming in real aggressive through outer zone 1 here. Nice job through outer zone 1, carrying it through, getting right back into this outer zone 2, dipping a tire early on, but able to save it through. Switching back around here into the touch and go. And right there, you can just hear that 4-rotor screaming the whole way through. And last year, he came back into the series. This was his first track he came back to. He loves Ebisu Circuit, and we'll see what the judges are going to give him here on his first qualify run.
The going a little too wide on the outside zone 2 kind of upset his the movement of the car. But everything else looks smooth, so pretty good job by this ex-champ. He's also, won a championship here in FD Japan a couple years ago. So coming up, showing up and showing us what he's got.
There you go, 89. Oh, man, I got to say. Go ahead, Ravi. He's tied right now.
I don't know. It's not like Red Bull's giving us anything. It's like 2 Red Bull cars at 89.
Man, it'll be interesting second run for both those 2 drivers. So next at the line, ready to go, you got number 56, Ming Ming with the Mr. DIY Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange S15.
See, so I think the commitment and pulling it off and being smooth Mad Mike's run was pretty good. So let's see. Excited to see a second run, but let's go ahead and check out Miming.
Here he is coming around. Thailand Drift champion right here last year, bringing it into that outer zone 1, manipulating the car here into this outer zone 2, making it happen right there, filling that zone, getting right back on it, ripping around into this touch and go. Ooh, and just dipping 2 tires and saving the car through that finish.
All right, so this driver, young driver, Miming, comes in with confidence here. A little bit of a twitch there outside zone 1, but he's carrying heavy angle throughout the outside zone 1 and 2. Makes a nice arc, dips the tire at the end at outside zone 2, but right here at the transition 2, coming to angle a little away from being deep in the touch and go, and makes his way around the outside zone 3. A little close of, almost having a half spin there at the end, but overall does a good job.
The Team Fukushima, Linglong Tire girls ready and supporting him, waiting for his score.
Hey, this might be hard to tell from the live stream, but I hope people will understand the score difference we have most likely is from people being either smooth or not smooth, getting on and off gas or throttle, and if the car is being twitchy or not, being able to hold the angle clean with a high rate of angle. So overall,
there you go, 78 for his first qualify run.
78 point, not bad for his first run by Miming from Thailand.
Looks like we're awaiting our next driver.
And we don't, there's no speed score, but when a car comes in with a lot of heat and does it smoothly, that's a lot harder than coming in slowly and doing it smoothly, slowly. So we don't score, we don't value speed, but we do value a high risk. A lot of drivers that take the higher risk obviously gets a high return. So
exactly, showing that commitment and that dedication with that amount of momentum that they're bringing into those zones is definitely key, and that's what we've seen in a lot of these scores, the difference in the scores.
Yeah, the commitment is really important, and this track does take a lot of commitment.
So next up, coming to the line now, looks like he's ready to go. They call him the champ, number 37, Koichi Yamashita in the TMS Racing Team Cylon Tire BMW E92. He's usually in a JZX 100.
But he's in a different team, driving a different car now, winning 2 of the FD Japan Championships in 2020 and 2021. And now back in a E92.
Yes, and then last year he took 2nd overall here at Ebisu Circuit for round 2 of the 2022 series. We're going to see how he's going to do here on his first qualify run, approaching this 3-2-1. Finding the sweet spot of that zone, and he found it coming around into this outer zone 2 here. Real shallow through outer zone 2, needs to carry the car a little bit deeper in that zone, coming back around through the transition into the touch and go. Oh, and just over rotating. I don't know, that might be too much there into the finish if we're thinking into a tandem battle for the chase.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't play it off as well as he should have or could have. Right here after the outside zone or touch and go, boom. Yeah, that's pretty much you parked it. And yeah, that's a half spin. It's going to be an incomplete.
Very unfortunate to walk away for his
I
first
think the
qualify
problem
run.
is you're supposed to do all the braking or slowing down before you make it to the outside zone 3. A lot of these guys are coming in hot, forgetting about it, and trying to slow the car down with angle in the middle of the outside zone 3. And that's what's causing these guys spinning out. You should be in the angle you want earlier before you go through outside zone 3. So you're just pretty much keeping the angle and the pace going through outside zone 3. And that's what we want to see. That looks better. I see a lot of guys gaining angle through outside zone 3, and I'm giving them a deduction. That's not what we want to see. So
Here he is leaving the chicane now. Shigahisa Sasayama in the DSL.com Lexus RC coming around through the 3-2-1 here. Dipping 2 tires early. We'll have to see the other view if it was 3 tires on that front left, but here he is getting right back on it into this outer zone 2. He was doing a beautiful job during practice yesterday with the dry surface, but it looks like he's struggling to find that sweet spot on this track for his car. New car for him, debuted it last round.
All right, so right here, outside zone 1. Yeah, it's 3 tires off, so that's going to be an incomplete.
Very unfortunate right there. Debuting this car last round. Brought it out to the auto salons. Insane build. But unfortunately, for his first qualified run, it's going to be an incomplete. So we are down to our last 8 drivers for the first round of qualifying. If you're just joining us, this is round 2 of the 2023 G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Series. We're at Ebisu Circuit West Course in the Fukushima Prefecture. And you can clearly tell the weather is not in our favor, just like it is most years. You know, we suffer the consequences of the rain, but tandem battles, it turns out a lot better.
All right, and a lot of these, here you go, that's an incomplete for Sasayama, but a lot of these drivers aren't thinking about the next turn before they get there. They're always thinking about it when they get there, and that's what happens when they make it to the outside zone 3 and they spin out because they don't know what they're doing right when they're there. You should be setting yourself up getting to there at touch and go. And hopefully we can see more drivers get scores for the second run around, you know. All right, now we have Yusuke Kusaba at the line here.
He's in the Team Cusco Racing GR86, and I gotta say, every race we progress onto, he gets better and better. So we're gonna see how he's gonna do here today. In his first qualified run, getting into that outer zone 2, or outer zone 1 right there, beautiful job. Now here he is through outer zone 2, filling that zone, very nice. Look at that angle coming out of outer zone 2, bringing it back around through the touch and go. Looks like he held back a little bit through that touch and go. And just dipping 2 tires into that outer zone 3.
Yeah, so a lot of these guys do great on the outside zone 1 and 2, and they forget about the touch and go. Right here, nice angle going through outside zone 1, almost full lock going into outside zone 2. Good job leaving here. A lot of people waver, and he did a good job here, but right here, you kind of forget to throw angle at the touch and go. Then you start throwing angle at the outside zone 3. You know, yeah.
Definitely not setting themselves up, leaving that touch and go, bringing it back around to that outer zone 3.
Yeah, it's a waste because, you know, he got a high score at the first 2 outside zones, and that's 10 points each, so that's really, really critical. He got high scores there, but then the rest of the...
There you go, 76 for his first qualified run.
The rest of the areas, touch and go in the outside zone 3, that's like... Sorry, hold on.
He's getting it down. But before he gets it, number 31, Korai Sobagiri is ready to go in the Shibata Racing Yokohama GR86. Here he is ripping around into this 3-2-1.
Ooh.
A little deep right there in that outer zone 1, but coming back around through the outer zone 2 here. Not too bad through outer zone 2. Could have been a little deeper early on in outer zone 2, but let's see how he's going to transition into this touch and go. Coming back around, filling outer zone 3 and just hanging on through that finish. Yeah, he's got a VR under the hood of that GR86.
All right, here we go. Kind of similar, does good towards the first half, not so much on the second half, angle-wise I'm saying. But then the line, style, as you can see, total. everything overall, almost 80 points. Barely made it into, or didn't make it into the 80s. Hopefully he can in the second run.
There you are. We have another Linglong Tire Team Orange vehicle coming up right now. There you are. It's going to be number 57, Kanta, and his JZX 100 Chaser.
All right, so this young driver, always exciting to see. Been on the podium a few times in Formula Drift Japan, and I'm pretty sure he's going for the championship this year.
Oh man, he's coming in real hot through this 3-2-1, bringing it back around into this outer zone 1. Could be a little bit deeper through that zone, but let's see how he's going to carry himself into this outer zone 2. Nice job through outer zone 2, filling the zone. Swinging back around here through the touch and go. Nice job, nice flick through that touch and go. And carrying it through to outer zone 3 to the finish.
So I would say other way around, not super high angle at the outside zone 1 and the outside zone 2. It's very average, but right here he does a good job flicking it, going to the touch and go. A lot more angle than a lot of these other cars that we've seen. And right here, sets himself up very nicely where he doesn't have to even worry about spinning at outside zone 3. So, yeah, I do know what I'm saying, huh?
We'll see if everybody else out there has a bit of a low 80s to mid 80s score for him. We'll see what the judges have to say and see if y'all were seeing eye to eye with the judges.
Yeah, now because you know, there's a tire off at the outside zone 3. Oh, there you go.
80 right there, low 80 right there. Well, 80, but pretty close to what y'all were saying on the live chat. So Kanta is going to get an 80 for his first qualify run.
Young driver got an 80 already. I'm pretty sure that he's going to come in hard for the second run.
There you are, ready to go at the line. Number 555, Yukio Fausto in the Side X Japan with Cylon Tire and Liberty Walk S15.
Now we're into the top 5 of the series.
Yes, sitting in 5th place right now. Let's see how he's going to do on his first qualify run. This is a home track for him, so he's got a lot to prove, and we're going to see how he's going to do here. Coming around, ripping into outer zone 1. Car just screaming at us, ripping through outer zone 2 here, bringing it back around. Let's see how he's going to do through the touch and go. Carrying himself into this outer zone 3. Nice job finding himself into that zone.
Yeah, so looking at his run, trying to keep it smooth. A little bit rough around the edges, but overall looks like he does have a consistent arc going on the track. Right here, flicks it. Good enough angle going through the touch and go, and very smooth. And hopefully all the other drivers watch these live stream runs for these drivers, where if they're not doing good on the last half of the track, hopefully they could conquer it like Fausto and Fausto and Kanta does.
And Fausto's walking away with an 81 solid for his first qualify run.
Hey, we have a Sobagiri got the 79. Next driver Kanta got an 80. Fausto got an 81. So what is Kohashi going to get?
Oh, we'll see here soon. So he's in the Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange A90 Supra. Sitting in 4th. Let's see how he's going to do on his first qualify run. We got a total of 45 drivers here today. Who's going to lock in the top 32 spots? I believe we have about 11 to 12 incompletes currently sitting in the first round to qualify, but we are going to roll right back into the second qualify round after these last 4 drivers. Here he is leaving the chicane now. Nice job through outer zone 1 right there. Maneuvering the car into that zone right there through outer zone 2. He's doing a lot of nice control through that vehicle, bringing it back around through this touch and go here. This is where a lot of the drivers were making the mistake, but looks like he's handling the car very well into that finish.
Wow, that was a angle judge-wise, probably one of the best I've seen. with a lot of lock, very smooth. Right here, very smooth going around the touch and go, and right there, a little bit twitchy, trying to get back on track, but high rate of angle, going through outside zone 3, not getting scared of spinning out, going through the finish line. So I would have to say that's a lot of commitment as well. But
no buts. He got an 88.
There you go, 88. See?
Sitting pretty nice right now in the standings for qualifying for Kohashi, but he's done that all year long, last year, this year, so this is nothing that, surprising to us, but it's awesome to see that he got an 88 on his first qualifier run.
Yes, and another Supra in the mix here, qualifying first at Suzuka and coming into third place at the last event. This is Hokuto Matsuyama, last year's FD Japan champ, driving a totally different car this year, and all of a sudden, you know, coming out of nowhere, laying down some great runs. And let's go ahead and see his first qualify run.
Here he is in the Cusco Racing A90 Supra. Looks like he's taking it a little bit too hot, just saving himself right there from outer zone 1.
Oh.
Very unfortunate. It'll be an incomplete for him, but I got to say, he saved himself.
Oh, yeah. Pretty sure there have been a few angry people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looked like he initiated a little too close to the judging stand, I would have to say, like driver's left right here. Because as soon as he initiated, he was already off course. So I'm not sure, you know, he anticipated, he didn't measure out things correctly. But you know what? We do have 2 runs, so let's go ahead and see what he's going to do for a second.
Exactly. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a glimpse of the sun here through the clouds. And there's a replay of the drone footage. We got the drone out there now, making it happen. But yeah, it looks like
that's a lot of incompletes that we have. We have 14 incompletes.
14, so they definitely got to step it up right there. But next at the line is going to be our second overall finisher for Suzuka Twin, is going to be number 36, Kazumi Takahashi, in the TMS Racing Team Cylon Tire BMW E92. The TMS Racing team coming out with a 3-vehicle team.
Oh, it's still, it looks like the rain has stopped, but it's still misty, so
we'll see how he's going to do here. His first qualify run. Bringing it around into this outer zone 1. Get into the outer zone 2 there. Not too bad through that outer zone 2. Let's see the transition through the touch and go here. Played a little safe through that outer zone 2, and overall had a pretty safe run for his first qualify run. Getting the numbers in the books.
All right, so we got to double check something right here at the outside zone 2 area right here. And the transition. That was weird.
Yeah, you can see how the judges are checking out the transition to see it, make sure he didn't straighten up. It just looked like it was a slow motion transition for his from the outer zone 2 to the touch and go.
All right, so there was a few correction in angle at the outside zone 1, a little bit of wavering, but then overall very smooth. Good enough at the outside, or at the touch and go in the outside zone 3.
There you go, 78 for his first qualify run.
Yeah, but you can see where the style score hurt him, because we had to double check that transition he made from the outside zone 2 to the touch and go, where it was really, really just slimy. Is that the right word I'm using?
I don't think so, but hey, we're going to run with it.
All
because this next driver right here, first round in the 2023 series, he comes out, wins it all.
Yeah.
13 years old, he's in the Cusco Racing GR Yaris. You got Hiroya Minoa. He's going to wrap us up in our first run of qualify. Let's see how he's going to do, how he's going to throw down. He's been doing a phenomenal job all day in practice. Let's see how he is going to rip into outer zone 1 here. Nice job through that outer zone, filling all of that outer zone 1, bringing it back around into this outer zone 2. Was real shallow right there, but able to get back into that second half of that zone. Now we'll see how this transition is going to be for him, filling that touch and go. But yeah, that outer zone 2 is going to play a huge effect on what the judges are looking at.
Yeah, so very cautious run by Minoa right here, right on the outside line right there. Good job on putting angle, but not pouring enough angle going in, or I'm sorry, not making and filling the outside zone 2 area from the beginning, misses half of the zone.
So we'll see what our last score is going to be. For the first run of qualifying, 45 drivers have gone. This is round 2 of the 2023 G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Series here at Ebisu Circuit. It's been quite the day for us here for qualifying. We've had our fair share of incompletes, but we saw some phenomenal runs in the conditions that we're having here at the track. And you can see right there on the bottom right there, you go 75 for the final run. It's for Hiroya Minoa.
All right, now we have all the drivers drove. We do have about 14, 15 incompletes on the first runs. Hopefully those drivers can get a score for the second run, and we're going to have a top 32 at the end of today for the qualifying. So watching, qualify, I was amazed because, Kale just came out of nowhere and got an 89 for his first run. He set the bar really, really high for some of these drivers. Very smooth and, how can I say it, a high level of driving, especially because it's wet out, and it seemed like a lot of the drivers were struggling to keep their cars as smooth as they should be. But we'll go ahead and see what everybody can do on the second run. We have Mad Mike tied at 89 points as well. And he came in with a little bit more flair and more excitement than Kale, in my opinion. So that's like 2 different drivers doing 2 different things, and both of them at the highest levels of drifting, and both getting good scores.
And exactly, and right behind those 2, you got Kohashi. He's sitting at 88, so 1 point behind those 2. He's definitely got to step it up, but I'm interested to see how Kale is going to do on his second qualified run, setting the bar even higher.
Yeah, and
especially after yesterday, the practice run they had, tandem battle, they had a little bit of contact with one another. It was the battle of the bulls, I like to say.
Yeah. And it's still misty, and I'm not sure if it's going to become patchy or not later for the second qualifying runs that we're going to have. But that's going to be interesting too, because that's going to really, really shake things up, because the guys that are sitting on incompletes right now, if it gets patchy, it's going to be a lot harder to determine what they have to do on the track, because there's going to be areas that are going to be dry, areas that are going to be wet and slick.
Yeah.
And I'm interested to see if it's in condition like that, see how these drivers are going to tackle it.
Exactly, because like you said, 14-ish drivers right now, so we're sitting at 31 points on the board, so we're going to see if they're going to be able to fill that top 32 spot. And we're going to see who's going to move up in their brackets for their second qualifier run here
14.
today.
We do have 14 incompletes. So we are going to take a short break, but you're going to have to come back with us. We're going to start the second qualifying session at 13:40 Japan time. So that is approximately
we're looking at
2 hours?
Yeah, roughly 2 hours. Just enough time for me and Robbie to get something to eat. I'll fill you in on what lunch.
He's got to eat a lot, so.
Exactly. Yeah. I'll fill you in on what lunch is, because I know somebody said in the chat, hey, so what's for lunch, Kenny? And I was like, I'll let you know.
All right, so let's go ahead and take a short break. Don't go. Well, you can go and eat, do whatever you got to, come back and make sure you watch it from 13:40.
Bluetooth 搭載 G-Shock カシオ The brightness, called brilliant, blinding and vivid. Valentine.
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
バリのタイヤ。
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
At a brand new bending unit all the way through, just throws a on the early
極限の世界。 そこでこそ磨かれる本物がある。クスコ。
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
身のカーボンベゼル。Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ。The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid, Valentine.
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りでも。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
バリのタイヤ。
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Gaspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
Had a brand new bending unit all the way through, just throws a on the early
極限の世界。そこでこそ磨かれる本物がある。クスコ。
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC。
いい水槽だ。
And we are back for the second half of qualifying for round 2 of the 2023 G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan here at Ebisu Circuit West Course in the Fukushima Prefecture.
So we're about to kick off the second round of qualifying today. We're already done with the first runs from all the drivers. We did have a couple of slots where there were some incompletes, but it looks like the temperature and also the track condition has changed so much, because earlier it was all slick and wet, but now it's dry. It's like full dry. And
exactly. I gotta say, this is probably the best 2 hours of break that we've ever had here at Formula Drift Japan, because track conditions are an amazing part right now. And right there on the left side, you can see the current
yeah, we have incompletes. We don't even have 32 cars right now. We are up to 29 cars. Horyuchi was 60. He got a 60 point. He's 29th. And everybody under that, all the way down to the 35th place, is all incomplete. I think there's more than 35 cars. They're just not listed on this list. But,
exactly. Yeah, we have roughly 45 altogether, but there was a few that didn't make it. Look at that. Fans out there.
No umbrellas. Everybody's happy because the sun is up. The sky is blue. The ground is dry, so we're going to see some serious smoke here.
Exactly. It feels like an all-new day today. They got first qualify runs in. We're about to see them do their second qualify runs.
And right now, leading the qualify, it looks like because of the styles score, Mike Woodette, car number 123, has an 89-point run on his first run in the wet. And coming in second is, welcoming the WRC champ, car number 69, Kale Robampera with the 89 as well. So we're tied first and second place at 89 points. Third place right now is Kohashi with the 88. And there's a couple of 80, cars in the 80s. Are we going to see anybody get into the 90s here today? You'll find out after we see all these guys drive for their lives on their second qualifying run.
Exactly. Right here's the layout. You can see on the top right, it just got deleted, but that was Outer Zone 1 rolling around to Outer Zone 2. So the big thing that I want to say for those of you that are just tuning into this second part of qualifying is the track layout. It's brand new from last year. And this year coming in, they did minor adjustments with outer zones 2 and outer zones 1. So it's going to be really, they actually like it. A lot of drivers say they like it.
Yeah,
so,
this is better. So
seeing it in the dry is going to be definitely a big part.
Yeah, and a lot of the drivers had enough practice yesterday morning in the dry. So we'll see how they're going to handle this. But right here, we have Kalle Rovanperä from Finland. Finnish driver, only 23 years old, and the youngest WRC champion.
Yep,
and man, there he goes.
He's already ready to go in the Cusco Racing Red Bull GR Corolla coming in real hot into this touch 3-2-1. Whoa. And way to set a mark, ripping through outer zone 1. Beautiful job coming back around into this outer zone 2, filling that zone 100%. Look at that, flipping back around into this outer zone 3, strong finish, and what a way to set off the second part of qualify.
What did we just see right now?
Yo, let's just wrap it up right there.
All right, yeah, we're done. That was an animal on the loose on the track here. Look at that, lifting the front right tire right on the line. Minimal adjustments there on the outside line. Full angle. Look at that, switchback right on the line, and right here, not an inch off of the. Oh my God, I don't know what to say.
I mean, wow. So you can see right there, bird's eye view, filling every single zone, the touch and go and all, and look at that. Textbook right there. What the judges want to see, what we want to see, and I know you spectators out there, I can see the chat right now. High 90s is what I'm seeing everybody say.
Oh, dude.
Hey, man.
Hey, I don't know what the score is going to be, but he got an 89 for his first run in the wet. This is definitely going to be in the 90s.
Oh, guaranteed. But there you go. Whoa.
Oh, wait.
That was his score from last time. They're just letting you guys, reminding you he got an 89 on his first qualifier run. Let's see this new score here.
For reals?
I was about to be upset with y'all out there. So we're going to see they're getting it in, plugged in, and it's about to be projected out here on the screen. But yeah, awesome. Way to start.
Dude, and then you know what? These drivers have no practice in the dry today. All they had was practice from yesterday morning in the dry. Today, this morning, they all had practice. It was all in the wet. And yeah, just coming in and laying down that near perfect run.
Got a good number of spectators out here. If you're out in this area, go check out the vendors booth. They're all set up in the normal pit area. Along with, they have access to the pits itself, so you can go check out the pits, check out the cars, go say what's up to your favorite driver. If you're not making it out today, come out and make it out tomorrow so you can see the real true tandem battles that are going to go down here at West Course. They're going to get one more
checking
replay
this one more time. Look at that, lifting the front right tire, the three-wheel motion. Right on the edge. Even though this car has no overhang in the back, the rear tire is pretty much on the edge of the track, and you see him dabbing the e-brake right here after the first initiation, right there, just to extend it a little bit, but doesn't overdo it and keeps it within what we want to see, where he's not overreacting. And right there, just a tad bit of a e-brake there to adjust the car, and right back on gas afterwards. So look at this from the top. There is no room from him going off the track because he's right on the edge of the track throughout the whole track. Nice amount of angle and the commitment. He doesn't change the rate of angle. Right there, right after the touch and go, there was a little bit of a bobble there, just being picky. But overall, I mean, yeah, this is the way to kick off the second qualifying runs here for the second round of qualify.
Man.
And then, you know what? He said he just got in this car like not even a week ago.
Yeah, he barely had any practice. He shook the car down 3 days ago. They had an open track day out here for him. And yeah, he did a little bit of adjustments to the vehicle, but he says it's a phenomenal ride. Cusco did an amazing job building this GR Corolla. And you know, you can see right there, it's definitely in the hands of the right man. So yeah, they're just not sure if it's technical difficulties or what's going on, but they're trying to get the score projected on the screen for y'all. There you are, 97-point qualify run.
Wow. Wow. Wow, wow. 97 points. You guys were pretty much on par.
All right.
So there you go. Currently sitting top qualifier is car number 69 driving the KR69 Cusco Racing. Kale Robampera driving the Red Bull GR Corolla.
Phenomenal. I don't even know what to say. He set the bar in the first run of qualifying with an 89, and here he is coming back out dry.
Now he's setting the bar for the dry.
Yeah,
exactly.
dry conditions. And this is pretty cool. Having this 2-hour break, you guys are seeing both layouts right now. You're seeing the wet condition and the dry condition. And as much as y'all hate seeing the wet conditions because you see it almost every round of Formula Japan, it's cool to come back into the second part of qualifying and get a solid run out of all these drivers. Especially all the hard work that their team's been doing to get their cars ready to be here at competition. The drivers are finally getting some solid runs in. And here we are, the next driver up. He's sitting at a 60. Right now, currently the lowest for scoring points in the first qualifier run is going to be Ruto Horiuchi in the Horiuchi Factory ND Roadster, powered by LS. You're about to hear it come screaming by in the 3-2-1 right in front of the judges stand. But yeah, he's third overall of the 2022 FDJ2 series, moving up into this Pro Series. So we'll see how he's going to perform here.
All right, now this V8 that we hardly hear in Japan.
Here he is coming through 3-2-1. Carrying through outer zone 1 right there. Few adjustments into this outer zone 2. But right back on it. Kind of a long e-brake pull into this outer zone 3. But yeah, we talked to him yesterday. He hasn't had a lot of time and seat time in this car. They just finished it. He missed round 1, but was able to make it here for round 2. And it's a huge difference from his SR-powered S15 that he ran last year in the FDJ2 series. Or it was a 1 Via.
Yeah, it was a 180 front end on the S15. But right here, not filling the beginning of the outside zone 2, and overall a little bit more shallow and timid. And you know what? It's a brand new build, and he hasn't really tested it so much. So everything is probably new to him, and it's going to take him a little bit to get used to compared to his old race vehicle. But this is definitely going to be higher than what he, I think his first one he got a 60 or something.
Yeah.
And seems like this is going to be a little bit better than that. And as of now, he is, there you go, 73. He was sitting 30th or 29th place. So we do have 14 cars that are that have incompletes. So we'll see where now, if that's going to bump him up into a better sput.
But here we are next at the line. Got a 72 on his first qualified run. It's number 54, Shang Nian, in his Team Kazama. But hold up.
All right, so I think after passing the finish line, it looks like Horiuchi's car has stopped. It looks like there's smoke coming out of the hood. And I think they should be a little bit more like
responsive.
Yeah, responsive. I'm not sure if that's just the steam from the radiator fluid, or is that some kind of fire, or it's some kind of smoke, so something's burning for sure, or steaming off.
But yeah, you could see. So yeah, it looks like Shang Nian is going to probably go back to the burnout box, get his tires warmed back up. He's in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Chaser. Right now you have Rikuto Horiuchi.
Oh, that oil line trail is actually from Horiuchi's car. This is probably the turn after the last turn that we have here for the competition. So it's one of the uphill, or the hills going uphill, and it looks like he threw oil on the track, and I'm not sure if that's from some kind of damage of the motor. All right, so I think we're going to go ahead and, check out something else here while they are cleaning up the track. And let's talk about, I don't know.
Robbie hyped it up. He made it sound like we were going to commercial break.
No.
Well, you know what? We need to get this show on the road because this weather condition's amazing.
Yeah, you know what? Stay like this today and stay like this tomorrow.
Exactly.
Everybody has a chance to drive on the dry, and everybody's going to be able to have a dry tandem tomorrow. So let's just keep it this way. I love it. I'm not complaining. You know, this is kind of cool. Everybody gets to qualify in the wet, and then everybody drives or qualifies in the dry.
I'm sorry, I go back to my old ways. Oh, here we'll see the replay again for Rovampera.
Look at that. Man, I could watch this all day long.
It's just textbook right there. Filling outer zone 1, then outer zone 2.
Yeah.
Look at that. Full sideways in that touch and go. And, you know, we spoke to a few of the drivers. That was the biggest problem that they had in that first run, was not getting that car, you know, fully rotated in that touch and go, causing a lot of them to over-rotate outside outer zone 3, or the last part of outer zone 3.
Yeah, and these cars with the shorter overhangs, they tend to look like they don't throw a lot of angle. Like, let's say when Frederick Osbo used to drive the Corolla, now Ryan Turk drives it in Formula Drift USA. Pretty much, I think visually, when you look at a car that's shorter, or if you see it with less overhang in front of the front tires and the back tires, it doesn't look like it's throwing so much angle. But when you're looking, you should look at how the tire is to the chassis. The car is, you know, he's pretty much, you know, using up, I'm not going to say 100% everywhere, but probably like 80-90% of his lock on the steering. And right here, I gave him, my score was a 29 out of, my score was a 29 out of a 30 of the full score. I had to deduct from the outside zone 2, which maybe he could have done a little bit more on the angle at outside zone 2. But, I mean, this is way more than good enough because it was pretty much a perfect run. I think the line was a perfect score. And there was a few points off where there was a little bit of an adjustment going from outside zone 1 to 2, which the style judge had docked 2 points out of 40. But like I said, you know, that's 97 points, and that's crazy. That's crazy to say because
it's crazy to say because that was the first run. So, you know, coming back fresh on dry grounds, it's like, man.
And driving a car that's not, you know, that you're not used to, you're not driving all the time, is very, very different. Well, let's go ahead and, you know what, we have a little bit of time, so let's go ahead and ask a few questions, see if Sean Adriano or guest judge could answer. Hey, Sean, so what do you think about that first run coming back from all the first qualifying runs that we had in the wet? Now it's dry, and I think he did a incredible job, but what do you think?
You know, it was all right. No, I'm just fine. That was, at least, you know, on the line side, that was pretty much perfect.
Yeah.
I took off 2 points. He did have a slight addition of angle right before the outer zone 1, and then a little checkup going into outer zone 2. But other than that, like, yeah, it doesn't really get much better than that. That was pretty nuts.
Yes, way to come back after that 2-hour break doing that. Yes, it has been pretty phenomenal.
You're on screen. You're on TV, bro.
Yeah, so
Thanks, Robbie.
he's on TV. But no, so what do you think the common denominator was for, you know, the first set of the first qualifier runs coming into this? What should they, you know, adjust themselves to, especially in the style department?
So it's kind of hard to say since our first qualifying session, the whole thing was pretty much wet, and now we're in dry conditions. So it's pretty much, you know, a reset. So it kind of sucks because they didn't have any dry practice, like you said earlier. So they're just gonna have to use whatever data they have from yesterday and kind of hope for, you know, the car's set up good and they don't run into any unexpected grip.
Exactly. So let's see. So for the first set of qualifying, just strictly the first part. If we're moving into the rain again, what could they work on?
So a lot of drivers I noticed were pretty heavy-footed in the rain, and basically what was happening was a lot of bobbles. You know, they're on throttle, off, and then dump the clutch and just, you know, floor it. Whereas in the rain, you got to be pretty careful with your wheel speed because, you know, if you just dump on a ton of wheel speed right away, after you're off throttle, it's going to cause the car to bobble, and you're going to lose points on that fluidity side as far as the style is concerned. So that's one of the main things I was docking points for, is just the bobbles, and then just long e-brake and adjusting corrections.
Exactly. Yeah, I know a lot of spectators out there that were commenting. Yeah, I know they noticed that too, but a lot of their scores were spot on to what you guys were saying.
Nice.
And there you go. There goes WRC champ right there. Last week, he was actually competing in Rally de Portugal, and he took first there, which is pretty insane. Going from there and then coming in, getting a 97 on his second qualify run, literally showing these guys that are doing this as pros coming in here and then literally stirring the pot.
Yeah, I mean, definitely as a rally driver, with all those different terrains that you're driving on, like, he's able to read basically course grip, spot on. So this is like cake to him, I'm sure.
Yeah, and he was talking about earlier, so during the first part of qualify session 1, we had an interview with him, and this course is nothing new to him. He comes out here, he's came to I think 3 or 4 Matsuri sessions. He has a JZX 100, he rips that, makes it happen. So drifting is something he likes to do, just to kind of blow off some steam, is what he was saying. So he's happy to be here, he's happy to see his fans, and I gotta say, there's a lot of fans out here coming out just to see him run.
Yeah, dude's a ripper for sure. I'm definitely excited to see him come out to more drift events.
Exactly. Same here, especially being the 2022 WRC champion. I'd like to see him on podium out here representing, especially with Red Bull. But, we're going to have to see how Mad Mike does against him, because that's a battle I'd like to see.
Oh, for sure.
But there you are. There's the new GR Corolla built by Cusco. Got the HKS engine right there. I'm not sure the exact timeline building this, but I know they dedicated a lot of time to get this done. But yeah, you could see the details put into it. And just like the other cars in the Cusco team, there's 4 other cars in the Cusco team. They got 2 GR86s, a GR A90 Supra, and then they also have the GR Yaris, which is driven by the young 13-year-old Hiroya Minoa, who took first last round at Suzuka Twin Circuit.
That's another driver to watch out for this season.
Exactly. Phenomenal driver. He puts the car where it needs to be.
Yeah, I remember I came out to Fuji, I think in like 2016 or 2017, and he's just around driving the crazy cars, so I knew he was gonna rip one day.
So yeah, we'll see here. We're still waiting for the track to get cleaned up on the back half due to Horiyuchi's ND Roadster. Not sure what happened with the LS motor. What popped off.
That's the only LS car that's out here currently right now,
right? We're expecting one more, but it's still in production, getting it done. So hopefully we'll see it next round. But yeah, currently it's the only one. He didn't make round 1, but here he is in round 2. Threw down a 73-point second qualify run, and we'll have to see if that's going to be enough to carry him into the top 32. But yeah, this right now is our going into our second run for the second part of qualifying. We still have another 43 drivers to go.
All right, so I had to pull Sean off the mic because he was just, chatting away. He wouldn't stop talking, so. No, Sean's, I've known Sean for a long time. He knows what he's doing because, he did compete in Pro Spec before in Formula Drift. Been watching a lot of driving. And drifting, and been to Japan so many times. We've been driving together. A very experienced driver, very analytic, very, how can I say it, studies a lot, and yeah, so very accurate, I would say, judge to be on here with one of us as one of us on the judging panel. So we'd like to thank him for the time that he's here. Looking at this car, I'm not sure, like you said, the timeline of how they built this car, but it is a left-hand drive. And Cusco, they have the RS, they have 2 86s, they have 1 GR Supra. And they have the old FRS,
Yeah, he's competing in
J2.
J2.
That's a lot of cars that they built. Now they got this GR Corolla in the mix.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I saw one of the comments because I didn't roll my R like you did. Like, listen to Robbie.
Robampera.
Yeah, see, I'm working on it, so just work with me.
He said he couldn't. He doesn't know
I'm
how to roll.
struggling with it.
So we're gonna change today, since Kenny can't roll his R's. We're gonna switch to Sean. He knows how to roll his R's.
There you go.
So, yeah, sorry about that, Kenny.
I got the live chat going on. I'm checking y'all out, seeing what's going on.
Kenny's getting the boot after today. Thank you to whoever
called me out.
Commented that.
Sorry, Robbie calls me out all the time, so it works. But somebody was asking, are you ever going to drive the R35 again?
Oh, man, you know what? I just saw that car at Jerry Yang Racing when we went to FD Atlanta. I got to visit his shop real quick. And, yeah, that thing is a beauty. And, you know, hopefully maybe do a demo or something like that one of these days. If I get a chance to drive that car, that would be awesome. And you know what? I would like to see that car back in competition. Maybe somebody could, you know, start up a team or something, or maybe even ship it to Japan and do something here. So looking out for, you know, any other drivers that are out there that are interested in doing, you know, international rounds, being able to do, you know, Formula Drift Japan rounds, FDJ2 rounds, J3 rounds. Hopefully this lifting the traveling restrictions here in Japan is going to make everything more, you know, fun. Like the last Matsuri we came to see here at Ebisu Circuit, there was a gang of people here with a lot of people out here enjoying drifting. So, you know, hopefully we can keep this momentum going.
Exactly. They're talking a little bit about the other series that go on. So we have this is Formula Drift Japan. This is the Pro Series equivalent to Formula Drift US Pro. And then we have FDJ2, which is just like Pro Spec in the States. And we also have FDJ3, which is the feeder series into the Pro Series. It's kind of like, what is it, Pro-Am?
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, kind of broke it down for y'all. I know it's in the chat right now. You guys are talking about it, but that's pretty much the breakdown of how it is. It's a feeder series into a feeder series just to make the Pro Series more and more competitive.
I don't even think I'd make it in Pro Spec or FDJ2.
Because you don't have a car? I mean, that's a start, but
I think I'm old, so I can't see, and, you know, arms get tired.
But there you go. There goes Shang Nian.
Yep. Nian is warming up his tires, and you know, it really sucks because when you're at the line ready to go and you're like all, you know, concentrated and ready to go, and sometimes, you know, things happen on the track, and, you know, it's an accident, so it can happen to anybody, but that kind of throws you off too. As an ex-competitor, I had that before.
But there he is. He's rolling up to the line now, ready to do his second qualify run. Got a 72 on his first qualify run in the rain. We're going to see how he's going to do. He's definitely a wild driver.
Yeah, so this is a car that he did do FD Pro Spec a few years back and brought this back over here, and it kind of sat since. His other vehicle that he drives usually is still in pieces and not back together, so this is what he's going to be driving this weekend. But, you know, he said the car feels the same, and we'll see how he does in the dry.
It looks like here he is coming in real hot into this outer zone one, coming around.
Oh.
Just holding on right there. Dipping two tires, but unable to hold on right there. And missing out. He's going to have to hope that the 72-point first qualify run that he had is going to be enough to carry him into the top 32.
See, and like I said, I didn't want to jinx it, but, you know, the weight and all this other stuff too, it kind of throws you off, you know. And it's just unfortunate that it had to happen, because it's just natural that, you know, things happen on the track and on the fly. Everything always happens. So that's an incomplete for Nian. And you know what? Congratulations to him. Their, you know, second baby is on the way. That's what I heard. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got his family out here, so I know he's a huge family man, so I'm glad that his family's out here to support him, and I know he's very happy to have him out here. But let's hope that this 72-point score is going to take him into tandem battles tomorrow. And our next driver is coming up to the line, sitting on an incomplete right now, number 620, Hideo Hideoka in the HRK Rapid ZN686. Overall, he got 6th in the 2022 FDJ2 Series, and here he is moving into the Pro Series.
Unfortunately, he had 3 tires off at the end of the track at the outside zone 3 area. Hopefully he could keep it within the track. That's a 2JZ, 800 horsepower. A lot of these cars are around 1,200 kilos to 1,300 kilos. It seems like, you know, they're right in that spot.
Here he's approaching the 3-2-1 here, coming back around. Little shallow in that outer zone 1, trying to get back into it. Shallow in outer zone 2, could be a lot deeper in both those zones, swinging it back around, but you can see right there, lacking in the angle, but able to save himself into that outer zone 3.
Yeah, that's the key right there. You know, the touch and go area going to the outside zone 3, the angle, and look at this right here. Not a whole lot of angle going to outside zone 1 by Hiraoka, and looks like he pours out a little bit more angle at outside zone 2. Then right here, touch and go, kind of goes in shallow, carries too much speed and has to, you know, tame the car to go around the outside zone 3 area.
Here's the bird's eye view coming back around, real shallow in that outer zone 2. And then kind of just driving through that touch and go.
Yeah, so I think if you're not pouring on good amount of angle outside zone 2, leaving the outside zone 2, you're going to kind of come in shallow at the touch and go area right here.
Yeah, it gets really narrow from that transition from outer zone 2 to out to that touch and go. There you go, 72. 72 will be his score. Hopefully it's enough to get him in top 32.
Man, right here we got car number 9, Yukio Matsui from Ocean with M2 Evolution. Supposed to debut as BMW F22, but he wants to bring the car, and he was explaining on his Instagram that he wants to make sure that the car is in perfect condition, so he didn't want to rush it. So he is here with his S13, already getting an 86. And now let's see how he's going to do in the drive.
Exactly, this S13 experience to the podium right here. He got first overall in the 2022 Formula Drift Japan FDJ2 Series, and here he is ripping back around through outer zone 2 there. Nice job through that touch and go, coming back around. And I gotta say, he really knows that car very well.
Yeah, he does. He's really comfortable in this car. It doesn't seem like the car has a lot of power, so he seems like he is struggling a little bit. Now that it's dry, it seemed like he was a little bit more comfortable in the wet, but very clean angle throughout the track. And I think he does, like you said, he does know the limits of his car and drives it very well.
Look at that, you can see him filling all of outer zone 2.
And look at this. That's what I want to see at the touch and goes, angle. And you set yourself up with good angle through the touch and go, and you flow out. 88 points. Very good job by Matsui. I know the car is, you know, lacking on power, but I think total balance, he has it down. The drivability of it and the grip of it, and also the power. It's all, you know, a good balance. So we'll see how where he's going to be placed in the top 32.
All right, we'll see if this next driver can balance himself to stay on the track here. Number 41, Shinichi Uemura in the TMS Racing Team Cyclone tire. Uemura Sangyo JZX 100 Mark II. Got his incomplete on his first qualify run. We'll see how he's going to do. Here he is coming through the chicane now. Bringing it around through this 3-2-1 right here. Not too bad through outer zone 1, but looks like he took too much there approaching that outer zone 2 and had to adjust himself, which is overshooting right there. We'll have to see how it was in that outer zone 3. Hopefully it wasn't too many tires dropped.
Yeah, a lot of wavering and not committed to the angle. Right there, shoots right in. At the outside zone 1. Seems like he's struggling, and all I can say is it seems like there's a lot of grip in the car.
Here you go, the bird's eye view.
Right here, it's easy to tell when your car isn't going sideways. You initiate at the initiation area, going through the outside zone 1, and right when he got on throttle, the car shoots forward and takes him on the inside line. Not what we want to see. We want to make sure that the car is flowing on the outside, goes into the outside zone 2 late, and kind of barely gets back on the track, or gets back on the line he wants to be at. But right there's 2 tires off at the outside zone 3 as well.
Yeah, I gotta say though, his first right there you go, 71 for his qualify run. Had it incomplete at first. There he is for 71 on his second qualify run. There was a lot of promise in that initiation that he had, but unfortunately, like you said, once he got back on the throttle, gripped up, sucked him in a little, so.
Yeah. All right, and getting an 83 for his first run, car number 19, Yuichi Amagai from Good Ride Motorsports with perfect style. Seems like he's back to being himself now.
Yeah.
He's an exciting driver to watch.
And we saw him during the break. He's going to step it up right here, so we'll see. Definitely a wild driver, really kicking it real hard into that outer zone 1, filling that outer zone 1, coming back around, trying to get control of the car. Was a little bit outside, dipping 2 tires early on into outer zone 2, bringing it back around through this touch and go. But what a strong finish right there through outer zone 3.
So there was a couple of areas where he did make mistakes, or had to make a lot of adjustments. Right here too, he had to kind of pause to get back on the track where he was dipping 2 tires at the outside zone 2 area. Nice job at the angle there at the touch and go, but looked like he had a little bit more space to make it out to the touch and go, on the outside of the touch and go. Yeah, here we go. Looks like he came in a little too hot, overshot the outside zone 2, try to bring the car back in. But you know, this is really hard because you're so used to driving in the wet, trying to adjust your speed, going to the outside zone 1 and 2 area in the wet, and now all of a sudden it's dry, and they don't even have a warm-up run, so you're gonna have to kind of go with the muscle memory that you have from yesterday when you're driving at when it was dry.
And there you go, 83 for his second qualify run, so tied it up from his first. So let's see where that's going to put him in the brackets. Next up, rolling up to the line now is going to be number 125, Yoshichika Tamagawa in the Car Guy Racing JZA 80 Supra. 71 for his first qualify run. We'll see what tricks he has in the bag.
Yeah, so these cars, they're all, you know, somewhere in between 1,200 to 1,300, 1,400 kilograms, which is about, you know, 3,000 pounds, 2,900 pounds, somewhere around there. That's where you want to be at.
Here he is coming in real hot into this outer zone 1. Could have been a little bit deeper, and it looks like he's kind of making the same mistakes he did on his first qualify run, not being deep enough into those zones. But definitely making it happen, but unfortunately left a lot on the table there.
Yeah, and you know what? It looks like he's rushing through it, and maybe it is more grippier because they have it set up in the wet. Very shallow on the angle right there at outside zone 1. Pours a little bit more when he was entering outside zone 2, but starts to lose angle again. Not a whole lot of angle at the touch and go as well, and kind of cuts right in, doesn't make it into the box. Clearly marked on the outside of the outside zone 3.
So we'll see if this run was enough to boost his score from a 71. And it looks like I have a lot of high 60s predictions on the chat right now.
Hey, and you know what? We'll just write down the scores that we see on the chat right now because you guys are pretty good.
Yeah, they are pretty spot on for our scores.
But I think there's not a whole lot of, there's not a big difference in, you know, how you can see the drifting. And, you know, we do break it down into 3 categories. In the U.S. right now, we do
66. So you were right, mid-60s is what y'all were saying.
Yep. All right, so a 71, Tamagawa got a 71 for his first run, and hopefully that's going to be good enough to put him in the top 32 spot.
But here we are, the next driver and the one after that, they're going to have to throw down a solid run here with incompletes. Number 610, Kei Murakami in the Village up JZX 100 Mark II. Has to make it happen. There he is coming around to outer zone 1 right there, dipping 2 tires, getting right back on it, and unable to get to that early part of outer zone 2, just making that back half of outer zone 2. Swinging it back through the touch and go, cleaning it up right there at the finish, but unfortunately first half.
It was too late.
Yeah.
I mean, if he drove like that in the beginning, the second half of the track looked amazing. But right here on the outside zone 1, dips 2 tires a little bit too wide, and right here misses outside zone 2, over half of the outside zone 2. Then here's where he turns on the switch. A lot of angle at the touch and go. I love that. Mad angle at the outside zone 3. That's a perfect score from me for the touch and go area in the outside zone 3. But everything else, we're gonna have to see what the other judges have to say.
Yeah, if you look at that layout for outer zone 2, that was kind of like what it was laid out last year's track. But this year it's a lot deeper. They can carry a lot more heat into that outer zone 1 to drag them out to that outer zone 2. And you can see right there just being a little bit too deep through outer zone 1, dropping 2 tires, throwing them offline into that outer zone 2, just making the back half of that zone.
See, so throwing a lot of angle at the outside zone, or I'm sorry, the touch and go, and going to the outside zone 3 is possible.
75. Not bad at all. 75 will be his run that he's going to hope that's going to carry him into the top 32.
And a lot of the guys, like his outside zone 1 and 2 wasn't too great, but he still got a 25 for angle because he got max points for touch and go in the outside zone 3. You got to do the math. You don't want to leave any of the score on the table. That's going to hurt you later.
So here we are. Next up is number 7, Junji Yamamoto in the Good Ride 2JZ FD3S project. This car looks like it didn't get any damage from that wreck, but yeah, he ended up crashing into the side of the wall. Here he is, ripping into outer zone 1, dipping 2 tires early on, just holding on to the car here, ripping into this outer zone 2, missing the first half of it, but able to get right back on it, filling that touch and go and outer zone 3. So it was almost like a copy paste for that that touch and go outer zone 3 for both the last driver.
Yeah, I like the way that was. I mean, the last 2 areas was good, but right here it throws a lot of angle. Then I think that's incomplete, maybe. All right there, it's confirmed. It's confirmed when he initiated, he didn't go to angle, the car slid, and he went to angle to counter steer, but he had to steer it back again to go straight, and pretty much that's right here, and going straight. So that's gonna be an incomplete. Unfortunate because he did get an incomplete for his first run. That's gonna be 2 incompletes, so Yamamoto's weekend is over.
Very unfortunate right there. You can see right there the huge correction coming into outer zone 1, straightening his wheel out.
Man, I mean, I would have gave him, max score at the touch and go and the outside zone 3 for angle, but
there's the official score for him. And next at the line, ready to go, is number 38, Tadahiro Fukada with the Tanaba SSR Team Dunlop JZX 100 Mark II.
Now Fukada is not sitting in a good position right now because he only has a 63 for his first run. I'm not sure if that's good enough to make it into the top 32. Now, is this Gentle Giant going to be able to up the score now that the track is dry?
We'll see here, but you can see how his front bumper is missing due to practice session early on this morning. Rode the bank, but here he is coming into outer zone 1. Coming into this touch and go. Kind of held back a little bit through that touch and go, but finishing strong through that outer zone 3.
Yeah, you know what? As the angle judge, in my opinion, a little too shallow. And right here, I'm not sure if there's like some kind of trouble with the car. Doesn't get on throttle as early as possible as he should be, and also a lot of wavering. It doesn't look like he's it doesn't look like the car is being, I don't know, steady or inconsistent. I'm not sure. A lot of wavering. the line is not on par either, so is not looking too good for Fukada.
There you go, 68. Not sure if that's going to be safe for him or not.
Yeah, it's better than the 63, but we'll see. All right, so next driver up is Ryutaro Oe from Awatire Racing, driving the FD RX-7, everyone's favorite car in the wet. He got a 67 for his first qualify run.
Here he is coming around the 3-2-1. Trying to make it into that zone, but just couldn't make that first half of outer zone 2 right there. Bringing it right back around through the touch and go. 3-rotor just screaming through the track.
All right, once again, I don't know if he's gripped up a little bit too much, but not a whole lot of angle going through outside zone 1, pouring on a little bit more at outside zone 2. Late into the zone and outside zone 2.
We'll see if this is going to be enough to bump up his 67-point first qualify run. You can see how he entered outer zone 2 halfway through.
Yeah, it's just the commitment, the angle, you know, everything has to line up and add up. Oh, that's a 75.
Coming up to the line now, ready to go, is going to be number 73, Ikuo Saito in his Motis West Auto R35 GTR. Got a 66 on his first qualify run. Was in a JZX 100 last year. Debuted the car last event. Let's see how he's going to do for his second qualify run for the day. Here he is ripping through gears, coming in 3-2-1.
Whoa.
Swinging back around, unable to get to that outer zone 2. Took a little bit away from his angle into that touch and go, filling outer zone 3. But yeah, it looks like he struggled through that track, gripped up a little bit through that outer zone 2.
Yeah, very, very shallow going into outside zone 1. A little bit of a pause there for outside zone 2. Hardly no angle at the touch and go, and minimal corrections going through, or you know, not so bad on the angle at outside zone 3, but yeah, I wouldn't say this is the prettiest run done by Saito.
Yeah, he's currently sitting on a 66. We'll see here if it's going to be enough.
Wow, he does miss a sizable amount of the outside zone 2.
Yeah. We are waiting for the scores to come in. There you go, 60. So he's going to bank on that first qualify run he had with a 66. So next up at the line, ready to go, got an incomplete on his first qualifier run, is going to be number 12, Nagayasu Miyagi in the Car Guy Racing ZN686. You see the damage he sustained during practice, riding the wall. Spun out, unable to complete his first qualifier run. Here he is. Ooh, real late. Oh, having a trouble keeping that car sideways. And yeah, unfortunately, that looks like it's going to be another incomplete for Miyagi.
Yeah, many corrections, and I would have to say, even if that was a drift and he didn't correct, that would be an unchaseable lead run. Many, many corrections throughout the track. Unfortunate that Miyagi got 2 incompletes. So his weekend is done.
So he has 2 drivers so far with 2 incompletes. We have 45 drivers competing today. We're on the second part of qualify. We had a 2-hour break in between. Got lunch. I didn't tell y'all we had karage and rice, which is fried chicken and rice.
Yeah, deep fried chicken, doesn't have any bones in it. It's pretty
it was
tasty.
pretty on point, but like Robbie said, you know, I like to eat food, and so thanks Robbie for that. As he's quiet, not listening to me.
No, I just saw the... No, you like food. I mean, I like food too, but you know...
What, I'm on another level?
I wish it was a little bit more warm though.
Oh, yeah.
Warmer.
But here we are, warming us up is going to be number 17, Jin Horino in the Good Ride Sports with Tops Racing Mew S14. Powered by VR. Let's see how he's going to do. Got a 74 on his first qualifier run. And he's just trying to get this car dialed in. It's a new ride for him. Still getting some kinks out of it. Here he is ripping into that 3-2-1. Coming in real aggressive through outer zone 1. Nice job through that outer zone 1. Bringing it around to this outer zone 2, but unable to get into that zone. Pretty much the whole zone was missed right there. Bringing it back into this touch and go to outer zone 3.
I mean, it just looks like it's just gripped up a lot. And he swings it out, comes out good, but gets on gas, the car tries to go straight again, wavering at the outside zone 1, doesn't make it all the way to the outside zone 2, got to go into the zone with shallower angle, and pretty much looks like he's racing through the track. And
yeah, he definitely takes a lot of his angle out. You can see right there, missing outer zone 2. So we'll see, 74 was his first qualifier run. See how much is going to get deducted for some of the angle issues. There you go, 72. So yeah, his first qualify run was better off. And this driver right here was unable to make it to the line for his first qualify run. Number 75, Koji Nagase. He's in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles Lexus IS350C. I don't know if he missed his first run due to the fact that he didn't want to put his top on or what, but no, he had some mechanical issues. They figured it out, got it squared away. Powered by a 2GR under the hood, insane power plant. We're going to see how he's going to perform on his first official qualify run out here at Ebisu West Course. Here he is coming through the chicane. There he is, ripping into that outer zone 1. Nice job filling that zone, getting back on it, but it's pulling him back in. There he is, carrying into that outer zone 2. Look at that aggression coming through the touch and go into this outer zone 3, and right there in front of the crowd, just throwing smoke on them all.
yeah, that was a lot of throttle there. Slightly sloppy, but overall, I think not bad for the one and only run out of the 2. Misses the outside zone 2 a little bit, but he's has no problem looking for the throttle because there's a slight bobble here and there. But he's able to keep the car, the throttle mashed down.
Yeah, right here after this outer zone 2, you can see the commitment level right there. Just full throttle from there, transitioning back around into this touch and go, and then still on it right here, carrying it into the second half of that outer zone 3.
Right here with the drone, throws in good amount of angle, a little bit of wavering here and there, but makes it out to the outside, last half of the outside zone 2. Okay amount of angle at the touch and go.
And there you go. 77.
Hey, that feels a little safe because he's closer into the 80s.
Yeah, for sure. But
and as of now, we have 2 drivers that are already knocked out because they have double zeros.
And we'll see how this driver is going to do. He has an incomplete currently that he's sitting on. He's number 58, Kazuhiro Kubo, and the vacancies 180SX. A lot of pressure on him coming into the second part of qualifying on the dry conditions, not getting a practice run. Here he is coming into that outer zone 1. Not too bad through that zone. Could have been a little bit deeper through outer zone 1 and outer zone 2, but able so far get a run in the books, bringing it back around to this outer zone 3. So played it a little safe in most of the zones. We'll see how safe that's going to be, if it's going to boost his score or give him a good enough score to be in the top 32.
Yeah, so overall, high rate of angle. And, you know, I would have to say pretty smooth. Coming out the outside zone 2, a little bit shallower, and also to the touch and go. But overall, I'm pretty sure this is going to be a fairly good score for Kubo. You know, coming back and doing a run like this after, you know, incomplete, sitting on an incomplete for the first run is really tough. But it looks like Kubo is able to pull through with it.
Yeah, and I got to say, yesterday during the dry conditions, he did a phenomenal job. So it looks like he's ready to go for tandem battles, but we're going to see if this is going to be good enough for him to be in tandem battles. And you were saying, you know, the high 70s is almost feeling like that safe zone.
Yeah, because I know there's 12 or 13 or so cars.
Boom, 75. So he's in that middle of...
yeah, the mid-pack maybe, but... yeah, there's going to be about 12, 13, 14 or so cars that are going to be going home after today. Not going home, but not being able to compete. Now let's go ahead and check out what Andrew Gray is going to do. 4-time Formula Drift Japan champion, owner of Power Vehicles.
Here he is coming through the chicane. Got a 79 on his first qualify run. Here he is into the 3-2-1, coming in with some heat right here through outer zone 1. Nice job ripping around to the outer zone 2 here. Coming in a little bit late in that zone, but still filling it right there. Second half, back through the touch and go, through outer zone 3. And man, he looked very aggressive through his run. Almost like he was mad.
He's probably mad at us because he got a 79 for his first run. But I'd have to say, a little bit of waiver there out the outside zone 1. Gets pretty deep on the angle at outside zone 2. Then right here, a good amount at the touch and go, but I love it here where he gets super deep. And keeps the car sideways at the outside zone 3, so that was very impressive.
Yes, and this driver right here, this is one driver that has a home course advantage. I believe we have like 6 or 7 drivers that they call this course their home. So
yeah. And looking at Andrew Gray, I know the rain probably wasn't his cup of tea. Right there, kind of gets into the outside zone 2 a little late. The close-up. Oh,
Booms.
Wow, 79. But you know what? That's close enough for 80. So I'd have to say, you know, he's going to be in for sure. Now we have to see where he's going to be sitting in the top 32.
Exactly. He's coming around the hill. It's number 86, Kenichi Takashima, and his Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Chaser. Wasn't able to make it to the line last go around. And we weren't sure what.
Actually, no, I think maybe they were late getting the car ready and didn't make it to the line and didn't want to use their competition timeout. So now he's at the line, ready to go.
So we're going to see how he's going to do. It's going to be pretty much his first run that he's getting. And here he is coming into the 3-2-1. Oh, dipping 2 tires, it looked like, from the start at outer zone 1. Trying to get back on it here through outer zone 2. Definitely delayed there in the process of transitioning from outer zones 1 to 2. And then right there, just a little shallow through that outer zone 3.
I'm not sure if that's going to be a unchaseable lead or not, but very shallow getting into outside zone 1. And a lot of adjustment there getting out of going off course from outside zone 2 area. But I'd have to say, not a whole lot of angle coming out of Takashima. Right here, as you can see from the drones footage, misses some of outside zone 3 as well. And here you go, the
chase
other drone,
right here,
yeah, it's 2 tires off, another tire off, and not consistent on the angle where he kind of straightens, not straightens, but you know, gets shallower and deeper and shallower and deeper.
There you go, 68.
All right, I'm not sure if you're going to be safe being in the 60s, but we'll see. Good luck to him, though.
All right, we have another driver that needs to get a run in the books. Number 61, Mao Yamanaka with the Good Ride Motorsports. He was our 2021, our first ever FDJ2 series that we ran. He's the champ of that season. He's in the A90 Good Ride Supra. Got it incomplete on his first qualify run.
Yeah, and I remember his first qualifying run was really good until the outside zone 2, and he had to straighten in the transition. So let's see what he's got.
Coming into this outer zone 1, little shallow right there, or a lot shallow through that zone. Missing that zone, coming a little late into the outer zone 2. Oh! And saving the car right there.
Oh, no.
That's not good. That's 2 incomplete, so unfortunately, Mao Yamanaka is not going to be moving on into the top 32.
No, he isn't, and that's our third 0-0. And you know what? I'm not sure if it's like car problem or anything, but it is what it is. So hopefully we can get this young driver back on, back into the competition in a better situation, I guess.
Exactly, because he's a very competitive driver, but unfortunately right now, he's not going to be able to make it there.
Yeah, I mean, coming from Formula Drift FTJ2, winning that series, you know, it was kind of promising to see him, you know, kind of rise with the other stars. But it seems like he's been being held back with car issues and whatnot.
Last year he debuted his S15, 2J S15, and you know he had a few issues throughout the season. Did okay overall, and then he moved into this new A90. So hopefully they'll dial him in, because yes, he's a phenomenal driver. He just needs to be in the right power plant. So here we are. Next at the line is going to be number 963, Daichi Mizutani, in the Mizutani Motors Mariosha Racing S15. He has an incomplete right now, so he definitely needs to get a solid run in the books.
Man, if I was him, I'd be in the car, heart pumping, be nervous. Nah, I'm just kidding.
I wouldn't be in a situation.
I don't. Yeah, well, no, if you were, but I don't get too nervous, because it is what it is. You could do only your best. And you can't overthink things, so looks like they're about to start off Mizutani's second run, currently sitting on an incomplete. This is a really, really important lap for him in this 2J powered S15.
All right, here he is, starting off, coming through the chicane now. Has to throw down here for this run right here, coming into outer zone 1, trying to hang on there and drag it out to this outer zone 2, but unable to make it all the way out to that outer zone, but coming back around, picking up some heat here into this outer zone 3. And they'll have to look at that, because that rotation there through the finish is very questionable at this point.
I know a lot of people half spin and give up and stop, but that just looked like a spin through the finish line. And we're going to have to go ahead and see this one more time.
So waiting the judges' score. So here they're going to check out the replay one more time, see how it ended, because at the outer zone 3, he almost did he did a half spin, but they're trying to see if it was a full stall or what's going on. Robbie's going to explain a little bit more on that. If you're just joining us, this is the second part of round 2's qualify here at Ebisu Circuit for the 2023 G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Series. We're 20 cars in. We got about 25 more cars to go in qualify. And then we're going to roll in tomorrow to top 32 and then top 16 shortly after that. If you're in the area and you're tuning in, come out. They're going to have the top 32 ceremony, and then shortly after, I believe they're going to have the autograph session, and you can come check out the vendor booths, everything else that's going on out here. Check out your favorite driver's cars. Go say what's up to your favorite driver. But still waiting for what the judges have to say about that run. Currently, Mizutani is sitting on an incomplete, so this is a huge decision by these judges that they're about to make, whether it's going to be an incomplete or they're going to give him a score, and if the score is even going to be high enough to make him competitive for the top 32 spot. Currently, the way we're sitting right now, we have 3 incompletes, 3 double incompletes, so 3 people are definitely going home, but we have 45 total drivers. 13 drivers are going to go home today. And yeah, what do you have to say there, Robbie? I know you guys had a lot of deliberation going on between how his run was.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but we're gonna have to incomplete it because we kind of have to stick with what we were saying. Now the track condition isn't changed; it's dry. There's no excuse for the vehicle to have to do a half spin through the finish line. And if there was a car chasing him, he would have hit him. And we're just going to count that as an unchaseable lead. And unfortunately, it is really unfortunate, but that's just the way it's going to be. And Mizutani's going to get a incomplete.
Very understandable, especially when we're putting an aspect of tandem battling. They got the lead driver's got to put a solid run down. Let's see this solid run by number 21, Ken Gushi, with Team Kazama and Power Vehicles. Got a 77 on his first qualified run. Coming in his brand new car right here, his IS 500, ripping through outer zone 1 right there. Getting right back on it into this outer zone 2. A little shallow through outer zone 2, but here he is through the transition in the touch and go. And hard into this outer zone 3 through the finish.
All right, good rate of angle at the outside zone 1, but I saw a mistake where he made it into the outside zone 2. Right here, then he had to pull the e-brake and kind of didn't go around the outside zone 2 as clean as he should be. Maybe it gripped up, I'm not sure. But he had to make an adjustment at the outside zone 2. Let's go ahead and check this out from the top to see how much of a waiver that was. Going into outside zone 2, didn't make it, then right there, he had to kind of re-initiate pretty much to get to the outside, the later side of the outside zone 2.
Yeah, if you haven't seen the details on this car, go check them out on Kazama Auto's Instagram. This is actually a left-hand drive IS 500. So when Ken Gushi comes from the West Coast out here to compete, he's literally doesn't really have to adjust too much of how he's got to drive. He's just got to adjust, obviously, the length of the car.
When I first competed in...
there you go, 80
points.
So
when I had to first compete in the U.S. and I had to drive an left-hand drive, I was like, oh, man. I mean, it didn't take long to get adjusted to it, but you know, being comfortable in what you like and what you usually use, it's going to help him out, because I think Ken Gushi was in a right-hand drive car in the RC last year. So
yeah, especially muscle memory with your guys' whole hydro e-brake and switching gears, all that. But next up at the line is good. He got a 75 on his first qualified run. Yoshitatsu Kaneda in his Cusco Racing GR86. Here he is coming in real hot into this outer zone 1. Nice job through outer zone 1. Let's see if he can carry it through this outer zone 2. Looks like he held up a little bit and he left a little early through outer zone 2. Coming back around into this outer zone 3.
Yeah, there was a cloggle there at the outside zone 2 area. Let's go ahead and check this out on the replay. Nice job on outside zone 1. Not a high rate of angle, but it looks like he pours on a little bit more angle, but pulls it a little out and kind of waits to get back on throttle at the outside zone 2 area. Right here watching the racing drone chasing him around. You know, good rate of angle towards the end of the track. But let's see, we're going to have to look into all the mistakes that Kaneda did. Oh, 3 more points. It's a 78.
So went from a 75 to a 78 for Kaneda. All right, next at the line, ready to go, is going to be number 80, Yuta Komatsu in the Komatsu Racing Lexus IS. He got a 73 on his first qualified run. Cleaned the car up, got it ready to go. Wasn't able to get out here in round 1 for Formula Drift Japan, but able to make his car debut here in round 2. the Kanol girl out there representing for Komatsu. Let's see how he's going to do. Like I said, 73. I know he had, what happened with his engine again for round one?
Before, I guess he went testing, and before the round, like two days before,
yeah.
something like that, I guess his oil pump broke and it shattered, and it pretty much blew up everything inside the block. He was lucky he was able to salvage. He had to re-weld the block. I think there's a hole in it, or there's a crack in it. And I think the crack was made because one of the rods pushed the big chunk of oil pump into the wall or something. But
you can hear it rip now. Got it done. Finished hours before he came out. And here he is coming back around into outer zone 1. Literally breaking the car in here, but unfortunately over-rotating his 73-point first qualify run. He's got a bank on it. So, going too deep there through outer zone 3 and luckily saving it. But yeah, he hasn't really got too much seat time since he got the car completed.
yeah, I mean, another victim of, gripping up their car too much, where you have so much momentum coming into the zone and you try to toss your car, but it doesn't go all the way to angle. Like right here, the car doesn't want to go to angle because it's gripped up so much. So you end up getting pushed out to the outside of the track. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So he's going to have to bank on that 87 or 73-point run.
You can see him. So it looks like the next driver is pulling up to the line right now, number 870. And there's the official score for Komatsu with a 0 for the incomplete, but he has a 73 that he's going to take on and hopefully get a spot in the top 32. But at the line now is going to be number 870, Akihiro Hanawa, and his T-Squares with Good Ride, DGR, Eternal Speedmaster Z4. Powered by a VQ, got a 69 on his first qualify run. Robbie's all about that VQ power.
Used to be.
Used to be. Oh, here he is, approaching the 3-2-1 here. Just shallow into that outer zone 1, coming back around through outer zone 2, shallow through outer zone 2. Definitely could be a lot deeper into those zones. Yeah, and that's very unfortunate. All the zones he was pretty shallow in.
Online, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in angle, not a whole lot of angle either, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a new car, new build. The builder and the car, the owner of the car is different, or the driver and the owner of the car is different. And this is Takaki. He used to compete in Formula Drift Japan last year, and another driver, Hanawa, is driving this car, and I think, yeah, I hear a lot of popping back here with the anti-lag. In Hanawa's vehicle, it's cool to see a totally different platform with a totally different powertrain. Ooh, 69. It's another 69, so
I don't know if that's going to be safe for him. We'll see here. Our next driver at the line ready to go is number 666, Shuichi Mano, and his Vittor Racing with Chadi Boy Style 1 VF. He had a 74 for his qualify run. Here he is coming around the 3-2-1 here. Approaching the outer zone 1. Nice shot through outer zone 1 and 2, not too bad. Bringing it back around through the touch and go, and here he is into outer zone 3. Not super exciting, but he definitely got himself in the zones where he needed to be.
Yeah, I'd have to say kind of a low energy run. Kind of pours on the angle towards the end of outside zone 1, then doesn't get right back on throttle at the beginning of outside zone 2, which we want to see him throttle through so it doesn't, change the rate of angle. So I'd have to say maybe a pretty average run overall. So I'm not going to say he made huge mistakes. I'm not going to say he did super good either.
There you go, 74.
Yeah, so it's at 74 for his second run. He got a 74 in the wet for the first run too, so.
Here we are, number 5. Tomoki Tanaka is in the V-Style Good Ride with Tetsujin JZX 100, is ready to go. Got a 78 for his first qualify run. Here he is, approaching the 3-2-1 here. Ooh. Looks like he got sucked in a little bit through that outer zone 1 and just can't find himself completely sideways through outer zone 2. And like Robbie's been saying, it looks like a lot of these cars are gripping up a little bit too much for their second run.
Yeah, it's totally different. And I understand, it's wet earlier, so you have that feeling where you're driving in the wet, but still, you always want to make sure that your car is going to be within reach, being able to control and do what you want to do. And I think what happens is a lot of these drivers that does better on the second half of the on the track, they start to realize how they should be driving it through outside zone 1 and 2 and say, oh man, and then let me fix things as I'm going.
And that's the big thing that for the spectators out there that I want you to know is between this morning's qualify to this afternoon's qualify. There you go, 69 is his official score, so 78 is what he's going to take to top 32. They didn't get a practice run into it because yesterday's during practice day, they both had both conditions to test their cars out at.
Yes, they did.
And here we are, number 311. This is his home course here. Naoto Suenaga in the Atlas Tire Drift, Team Fukushima Fairlady Z. He got first here last year. Let's see if he can get a top spot. Got an 82 on his first qualify run. And like Robbie was explaining during his first qualify run, that's an exterior shell of a 400Z on a 370Z chassis coming around outer zone 1. Nice job through that zone, coming back around. But you can see right there, grip right back up through that outer zone 2. And now he's just slanging the car through this outer zone 3. Knowing that he made a big mistake into that outer zone 2.
There you go. I mean, he's sitting on an 82 for his first run, so I get it. But once again, it is a little past the finish line, but we don't want to see the car spinning out through the finish line, period. And we have to put our foot down for this one too, but right there, it's pretty much we want a good pace leaving through the finish line, but pretty much that was one turn where he kind of spun through the outside zone 3. But, to be honest, I'm not going to say this was the cleanest run that Suenaga does on his second run here and spins out pretty much going through the finish line. So we'll see, because he's sitting on an 82, which is a very nice, a good score.
Yeah, and I gotta say the build on that car is pretty sweet. The exterior shell of it, 370Z with a 400Z exterior.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
VR powered. We'll see how this next driver is going to do. He had a 74 on his first qualify run. It's going to be number 530, Wataru Masuyama, in his Good Ride Motorsports GR Yaris. He actually had a really bad crash last year here in his 350Z, which put him into this platform right here, which he's done a phenomenal job all of the rest of last year and so far this year. And here he is coming around outer zone 2, carrying it through, flicking it back around through this touch and go. And into outer zone 3 there, man, the commitment he had through that zone.
All right, so overall, looking at the run. I'm sorry, I'm doing 5 things at once, but looking at the run right here, good amount of angle poured out towards the end of the track. I would say average amount through the track, the outside zone 1 and 2. Now it's all up to how well he did on the line. Looks like he fills outside zone 1 fairly well. Kind of goes into outside zone 2 a little later. And looks like he dips a tire or so at the outside zone 3.
There you go, 83 for his second qualify run. Solid run by Masayama.
Maybe he doesn't like the wet in that car because he had a 74 for his first run. But
true, but his 74 was very safe. It wasn't dynamic, anything crazy. So you're probably right. But these next 3 drivers have to step it up because they're all on incompletes. The first one up is going to be number 111, Tetsuya Hibino in his Good Ride Motorsports
and man,
RZ30.
Talk about Hibino's run. That was a really, really good run up until he spun or half spun at the finish line towards the end at the outside zone 3. If that wasn't there, I would, I'm guessing that would have been a pretty good score. But let's see what he can do in the dry now.
Yeah, we're going to have to see here because yesterday he didn't get a lot of practice. And look at that hard angle thrown into this outer zone 1, dipping 2 tires, trying to stay right back on it through this outer zone 2 here, coming back around into the touch and go. Nice job through that touch and go region into this outer zone 3.
Nice. I like the back half. He did have mistakes at the outside zone 1 and 2 where he was supposed to go right here. That's a lot of angle from the beginning. 2 tires off, but a little bit of wavering here and there. A lot of adjustment going through outside zone 2, but he does carry a lot of angle. And right here, nice flick to the touch and go and a lot of angle pouring out onto the outside zone 3. Right here, so making deductions for the angle on the wavering and overall.
Yeah, he came out very aggressive on that run. Making up for his mistake he had on outer zone 3. He definitely showed his commitment.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, this is like, I want people to watch. Some of these, and it don't even have to be the perfect run. They could see the bits and pieces that we explain where we like it. I like the way he did. There you go, 80 points. I like the way he took care of the touch and go. His line was bad. He could have been a better run for him if he was on a better line, but there was a lot of angle on touch and go to the outside zone 3 and a lot of throttle as well.
Yeah, so solid 80 right there. Let's see how this next driver is going to do sitting on an incomplete number 30. Takumi Sato in the Team Kazama with Power Vehicles JZX 100 Chaser. One of the 7 cars in the fleet of Team Kazama with Power Vehicles. And here he is coming up, approaching the 3-2-1, trying to make up for his mistakes in his first qualify run here. Oh, and his car's just not cooperating. Straightening up, leaving outer zone 1, approaching that outer zone 2. So yeah, that's going to wrap up his weekend for round 2 here at the G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan Ebisu Circuit.
Sato is another victim of 2 incompletes. Now we have 5 drivers with incompletes. 2 incompletes, double zeros. And we still have 4 drivers left with incompletes on their first qualify run. Really don't want to do that. At least you want to put up a fight to make it into the top 32, but unfortunately Sato's weekend is cut short. Will not be making it into the top 32 for tomorrow's tandem.
All right, another driver coming up. He's on an incomplete. He's also in a Team Kazama with Power Vehicles car, a JZX 100 also, but a Mark II, not a Chaser. And here he is. It's going to be Roy Okabe. This man's had a lot of practice. He loves the chassis. His practice car is a JZX 100 also. So we're going to see how he's going to do on his second qualifier run.
So all these cars do look identical, but I think all of them are set up different to each driver's likings. Now let's see what Okabe is going to show us here.
Here he is coming around into outer zone 1 here. Oh, looks like it's pulling away from outer zone 1 and outer zone 2. Could have been deeper through those zones. Coming back around. Yeah, so his setup on the jump right there for outer zone 1 and 2 is probably his biggest mistake.
Yeah, that's going to really hurt him, and I know the line judge is not going to cut him any slack here because he did totally miss outside zone 1 and most of outside zone 2 as well.
Yeah, you could see, I know somebody said this track looks difficult. You could see the drag up to outer zone 1. If you don't take that right angle toward outer zone 1, it's not going to allow you to create that curve around to that outer zone 2 to start off outer zone 2 early. So yes, it is a very difficult course, and that's what the purpose of this course is to do, is make it challenging for these pro drivers. There you go, 65. Oh, I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's going to be hard.
Because it was, what, three years ago? It was an inside clip after outer zone 1, right? If I'm not mistaken. So yeah.
Yeah, you know, and we kind of started to move away from inside clips, and nothing wrong with them. It's just that, you know, a lot of contacts happen. A lot of lead cars try to run away from the chase cars, and it's just a headache a lot of the times. Now we're moving out to all outside zones. It looks like it's working well, though, because the track is really hard anyway.
Exactly, and right here you have Imamaida coming around, got an 84 on his first qualify run, sitting pretty nice. We'll see how he's going to finish the second half of his second qualify run.
I mean, you know, if you have your car, there's so much. Like right now, it was really obvious with Imamaida. Right now, look at this. He can barely keep the car sideways because it's so gripped up. Now he's e-braking on the gas, e-braking. And there's so much going on with the car where right when he gets on gas, the movement of the car changes so much that it looks really unstable. And I think that's what the judge, or I'm sorry, that's what the, I'm sorry, brain fart.
Judges?
The style judge is going to be looking at.
Yeah, he handbraked a lot throughout this course. You can see right there, hanging on to it. And then once again through outer zone 2, hanging on to it, getting right back on it. And that's kind of been the common denominator between a lot of these drivers, is not getting a good test on their car and gripping up too much. There you go, 74. We're going to keep his 84-point first qualify run that he had. But I got to say, this next driver coming up right here, coming all the way from New Zealand, he's probably really mad right now, and he's ready to get things started.
He's not mad, he's just Mad Mike.
Oh yeah, he is just Mad Mike. You're right. Mad Mike Wadette over here with Team Magic with Red Bull in the FD3S RX-7. Got an 89 on his first qualify run. Let's see how he's going to do. He wants that top spot, and here he is, ribbing up into this 3-2-1. Coming in with some heat right there, filling outer zone 1. Beautiful job through outer zone 1, getting right back into outer zone 2. Look at that smoke trail ripping into this touch and go right here. And man, that four-rotor screaming into the finish right in front of the crowd.
Wow. Yeah, the outside zone 1 was, look at this, the amount of angle there. There are some adjustments he had to do going to outside zone 1 to 2, but I think that's a lot of angle going through outside zone 2 as well. All right, so yeah, so really depends on the line. He does go into outside zone 2 a little later and dips the tire here and there. But overall, I did hear, you know, obviously you can see the adjustments with the e-brake and stuff like that, but very smooth overall.
There you are, 85.
85 points, so I guess the line score did hurt him a little bit, but you know what? He still has an 89-point run from the first run, so currently sitting second in the qualify.
So next up, in the Mr. DIY Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange S15 coming all the way from Thailand, number 56, Ming Ming. He's the 2022 Thailand Drift Series champion.
18 years old.
There he is, coming into outer zone 1 here. Oh, just missing outer zone 1, trying to get back on it here into this outer zone 2. Bringing it back around there, swinging into the touch and go.
Oh. Man, he got a 78 on his earlier run. So hopefully that's going to be good enough for him to make it into the top 32. But I think he had an issue and they had to take the car out last night and they brought it back. It was at the repair shop getting something done. So I'm not sure if there's a problem. Maybe it popped out of gear, I'm not sure. But yeah, hopefully he can get his car sorted and ready for tomorrow's top 32.
So there you go, the official call for the incomplete right there. All right, these next two drivers sitting on incompletes currently. Pulling up to the line now, the champ himself, number 37, Koichi Yamashita, in the TMS Racing Team Cylon Tire BMW E92.
All right, this is the 2020 and 21 Formula Drift Japan champion. Then was driving a JZX 100 this year. He is in this platform, E92. Packed with the 2J.
So same power plant, different chassis. Here he is coming around to this outer zone 1. You can see right when he gets on it, it's gripping up right there through outer zone 2, coming back around through the touch and go.
All right, a few mistakes. You know, it's not an incomplete, but a few mistakes. Look at that, wavering there. 2 tires off, not a whole lot of angle. And
so we'll see, he had an incomplete on his first run.
yeah, the wavering is going to hurt him definitely for the initiation. And also not on the right line, doesn't fill the zones as much as he should be filling. This might be a tough one here for the 2-time champion of FD Japan.
There you go.
Ooh. 69. Man, that's, oh man, we're I don't even know what's the safe zone.
But where this driver currently sitting at, an incomplete is not safe at all. Number 33, Shigehisa Sasayama in the DSL.com Lexus RC. We'll see how he's going to do. Second qualify run, has to get a solid run in the books. We don't know where the safe break is right now. Here he is coming into outer zone 1, able to carry it through outer zone 1.
Oh.
A few adjustments there, entering into outer zone 2, not able to get all the way out to that outer zone 2, into this touch and go. And real shallow in that outer zone 3.
Man, I mean, he's getting a score, but not a whole lot of angle throughout the whole track. Very minimal, not on the outside line. Not going to say it's a pretty run, so this might be. Ooh.
We'll see.
This is very, very borderline average, I think, in most of the areas. And I think the outside zone, missing outside zone 2, that's like 10 points in line, you know. And missing that could really, really hurt you. I mean, beautiful car, and this is the canola oil girl. I was about to say girls, but there's only one girl, so girl. Ooh.
There you go, 63. I don't know if that's going to be safe at all.
Yeah,
63 is not.
Doesn't sound like a safe number.
It doesn't at all. And next up, coming at the line, he's already at the line, is number 77, Yusuke Kusaba with the Team Cusco Racing GR86. He has a 76 on his first qualify run.
Yeah,
76 is hovering close to that breaking point, so we'll see here.
Hey, the temperature just dropped a lot.
It did. Here he is coming into that outer zone 1. Could have been a little deeper, but you can see right there it's gripping up every time he gives it gas. It's just pulling it back in. Right there, bringing it back around into this touch and go. Real shallow in all the zones.
Yeah, doesn't make it to the outside, the outer area of the zones. Fairly shallow in angle at most of the areas. This is I think it's just because it's gripped up and maybe, you know, not knowing, you know, it's kind of, you know, it's a blind feeling. Or it feels like you're blind going into this after all the wet, and you have the feeling from being wet, the track being wet, and you know, trying to go and chuck the car hard as possible. Even though it's dry, you know, it's something you have to be able to adjust to.
There you are, 71. So his 76-point first qualify run is what he's gonna.
You know, watching all these guys struggle, now it really hits me that Kale Robampera's first run or second run in the dry was amazing, because he just came from a wet run to a dry run and landed that. That was yeah,
and he sweeped every single zone. I mean, I'm just thinking about his run and then Daigo's run last year.
Yeah.
But here we are, this next run right here. Kodai Sawagiri, 79 on his first qualify run in the GR86. Look at that, coming in with some heat right there through outer zone 1.
Ooh.
Little bit of a e-brake pull. Ooh, and right there, gripping right back up.
Ooh.
Trying to adjust himself through this second part of the course.
Sounds like the car's hurt or something.
Yeah.
Right here. But right there, see, the car's trying to grip up. Doesn't want to smoothly go to the outside. And right there, it just sounds like the car is just struggling to
yeah, it's got a VR under the hood.
Well, Sawagiri's actually sitting on a 79, so I'd say that would be safe to make it. But obviously, these guys are going to want to qualify as high as possible, you know? Bragging rights, right?
Exactly. There you go, 67. Next driver rolling up. He has his fans right there. It's going to be the Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange driver, Kanta, in the JZX 100 Chaser. Got an 80 on his first qualify run.
All right, so now it's dry, and he has no excuses because he knows this track.
Exactly. This is a home track of his. Here he is coming around. Don't sleep on him. Here he is into outer zone 1. Coming with some heat there, springing back around into this outer zone 2 early on right there, filling outer zone 2 beautifully. And here he is flipping it back around into that touch and go to outer zone 3.
Wow, outer zone 2 was beautiful. And that, I think that was like a tire off or something at outside zone 1 right here. Slight adjustment, went a little too wide, but right here, look at that, perfect on outside zone 2, angle and a line.
Yeah, and commitment. You saw the throttle all the way through outer zone 2, but here you are right here. Here's an overview. You can see the smoke trail. Once he starts in outer zone 2, it doesn't stop. There he is all the way around, fully committed, coming back around through the touch and go. But we'll see if it's going to be enough to bump his 80-point first qualify run.
Yeah, I think his right here, this was probably one of the cleanest outside zone 2s I've seen that was done in the dry today. But you know, we have, oh,
there you go, 92. So it looks like Kanta is currently now sitting in second. Bumping him up right there. But we have our top 5 drivers right now sitting in the series. And right here, sitting in 5th, you got Yukio Fausto with the Sidex Japan with Silent Tires and Liberty Walk S15. 81 was his first qualify run. And we talked to him during the break, and he says he's going to turn up this time. And he said, I'm going to do a backwards entry. I just hope it's not a disqualification one. But here he is coming around to the 3-2-1. Look at that with some heat into outer zone 1. Nice job filling outer zone 1. Getting right back on it there through outer zone 2. And look at that smoke trail trailing him into this touch and go and into this outer zone 3 here. Very aggressive all the way through.
Man, that's something that we wanted to see. Just a small mistake right here at the initiation. Look at that. He had to take out a lot of steering at the outside zone 1. After that, he pours on the angle. But if this rear bumper wasn't this long, I'm not sure how far off he would have been on the outside zone 2. But overall, I think a very exciting run and slight adjustment there at the outside zone 1. Nearly perfect angle at the outside zone 2.
But yeah, he was full throttle through the finish. It just, you could feel like his anger just was going through the course or something, like it was progressing. But he got very committed to it, full throttle after outer zone 2 or through outer zone 2 and through the touch and go in outer zone 3.
This feels like the old Fausto's back, because he seems like he was a little timid this past couple rounds that I've seen him. Not as exciting, but here you go, that's an 84. He does up his score from an 81 to an 84. Good job by Yukio Fausto.
There you go, his fans there, his fans on the chat. We see y'all. Next up, ready to go, is going to be number 4, Masanori Kohashi. Got an 88 on his first qualify run. He's with the Linglong Tire Drift Team Orange A90 Supra.
Now getting an 88 in the wet, now it's dry. Very interesting to see how Kohashi is going to handle this track.
Oh man, here he is coming into that outer zone 1 right there, filling that zone, coming back around into this outer zone 2, but unable to get all the way out to the back side of that outer zone 2. Real deep in that touch and go, almost dipping a tire there.
Wow. A lot of angle right here. A little bit of an adjustment at the outside zone 1. Almost full lock going outside zone 2. I think the outside zone 2 area is...
It's been a tough spot for a lot of these drivers getting all the way out to that outer zone 2. So we'll see. He got an 88 for his first qualify run. Is this going to be enough to bump his points up? Let's see this chase position coming around. Here he is into outer zone 1. Very aggressive, but you can see he made a few adjustments to get
right
where he
there,
needed to be.
outside zone 2 area. The line score is going to be slightly lower.
Yeah, he missed about the half point of outer zone 2.
I mean, overall average, I mean, I'd have to say that So I'd have to say that the style score shouldn't be too low either. Oh,
boom, 89. So 1 point increase on his total score.
Man, only if he was a little bit more wider on the outside zone 2 from the beginning, that would have been in the 90s for sure. You know what? It's getting so cold that you can see my breath. Not because it stinks.
It stinks.
Oh, sorry. I'll give me some breath mints.
All right, we're down to our last 3 drivers right here. Next up is number 774, Hokuto Matsuyama in his Cusco Racing qualified first last round, got third overall in the A90 Supra, but he has an incomplete right now. So he's not sitting pretty, but I'm not holding my breath here because here he is in the outer zone 1, filling outer zone 1, but just holding on there into this outer zone 2, adjusting himself a little bit through that zone. And here he is bringing it back around into this outer zone 3.
Man, you know, I really like how some of these drivers kick a good amount of angle at the touch and go. Right here, a little timid at the initiation. It looks like he was being very careful on outside zone 1. But after that, he does pour on the angle at the outside zone 2 area. And I would have to say very smooth and clean run by Matsuyama.
So we'll see here. Unfortunately got it incomplete on his first qualify run. You can see him, looks like he dipped a tire on the second part of that second half of that outer zone 1. But started off real early through outer zone 2 and the rest of the zones.
Yeah, it is getting cold out here, so I don't even know what the...
There you go, 83.
I'm not sure how this is going to come in play with the track condition.
But we got our last 2 drivers for it.
Yeah, we got 2 more. Yeah, let's go. 2 more.
So this driver right here got second at Suzuka Twin Circuit. He's number 36, Kazumi Takahashi. Got a 70 on his first qualify run. He's in the TMS Racing Team Cylon Tire E92 BMW.
I think being in the 70s, mid-70s, you're already through. So now he's going to try to lay down something crazy here.
Yeah, here he is coming around into this outer zone 1. Oh! You can see it gripped up right there, pulling him forward, but that's a VR you're hearing. Rip right here through the touch and go. Man, the smoke that it's throwing down into the crowd right there through outer zone 3.
It's unfortunate to see that, you know, as soon as he got on throttle, boom, the car gets pushed forward. So,
man, we'll see. 78 was his first qualify run. Currently sitting with 83 points overall in the series. Second place right now.
yeah, that's going to affect the style score. I did have to deduct.
Boom, 76.
I did have to deduct from the angle as well. Everything else kind of looked pretty good, but you know, that area did hurt him on the score.
But here we are to wrap us up. It's been a long day of qualify. We had a 2-hour break. It dried up. We had the wet in the morning, rain in that, or
it's like
dry
the
in the
perfect
afternoon.
Scenario.
It is. But we're down to our last driver, first place at Suzuka Twin for round 1. Here we are for round 2 of the 23 G-Shock Presents Formula Drift Japan at Ebisu Circuit. You have the 13-year-old, number 771, Hiroya Minoa. Sitting on a 75, he's got to boost it up here through outer zone 1. Here he is into this outer zone 2. Not able to get all the way out to that zone, but here he is into the touch and go. Real deep into that touch and go, but man, but we got to see both faces of him with the wet and now the
one. And it looks like there was a little bit of a bobble there going into outside zone 2. But from, you know, going from wet to dry, this seems like this is the best he can do as of now, because there's only 1 lap of dry by this 13-year-old driver.
Yeah,
and, you know,
I gotta say, Cusco is stacked. They got this 13-year-old driver, very phenomenal driver, WRC 2022 WRC champion, and they got last year's champion for the Formula Drift Japan series.
Yeah, that's
a pretty good lineup right there.
Yeah, if we had like a team total points or something, they would probably be leading pretty far because there's a lot of talented drivers in their team. Now right here, waiting for the score of the 13-year-old who just won last event is a 81.
81. So that's definitely a safe score for him, and he'll be moving on most likely to the top 32, but we'll see here shortly with the brackets getting produced on where he's going to be positioned and who he's going to be competing against.
Yeah, so like you said, it was a long day. We had 2 sessions of qualifying, the first one and the second one. We had time in between it, and we were able to, catch a breather. The first round was all wet, second round was all dry, and we just came to realize that the WRC champion knows how to drive anywhere.
Exactly.
Any kind
condition.
of terrain. Exactly.
Yeah. Any competition, anything that has a steering wheel, he's good to go.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and explain to you tomorrow. We have the time schedule on our Instagram and Facebook. Go ahead and check those out. But we have the gal on stage. They got the girls. They're going to be doing interviews on the stage from 8:30 tomorrow Japan time. Oh, let me go ahead and go back right here. This is the 97-point run done by Kale Robampera right there. Very smooth, minimal correction, a lot of throttle. Right here, right on the edge of the line. A little bit of adjustment of the e-brake. But you know what? That was your #1 qualifier here today at Formula Drift Japan Round 2.
Man, phenomenal job coming in here, just wrecking house, making it happen. Coming off of a victory over in Portugal, and here he is with the WRC, and then here he is coming into the Formula Drift Japan series.
Maybe the key is, just trying to have fun.
And that's what he said he's coming out here for. Yeah,
and, no, not being nervous or anything at all. But going back to our schedule for tomorrow, we're going to start the girls on stage, gals on stage from 8:30 to 9. That's going to be on live stream, so you can check that out if you want to go ahead and check out the umbrella girls that we have here from all the teams in the booths, so on. And the top 32 is going to start at 9:20 tomorrow. This is Japan time, 9:20 a.m. And top 16 will be starting a little past noon. It's going to be 12:20 tomorrow Japan time, and we're going to go all the way to the finals. So make sure that you don't miss any of the action. This is going to be something to watch. It's going to be very exciting. I promise you that. Seems like the weather report says we're going to be holding up. The weather's going to be great tomorrow, and I am looking forward to being in a nice, warm, sunny weather here at Ebisu Circuit for the 10th year of the Formula Drift Japan Series. Round 2, who's going to come on top tomorrow at the tandem and the battles, the head-to-head battles? We got so many exciting drivers. We got the 13-year-old Hiroya Minoa. We got last year's champion, Hokuto Matsuyama. We have the young and upcoming drivers, Kohashi from Team Orange, and also Kanta. We have Matt Mike Woodette all the way from New Zealand. We got Ken Gushi from Formula Drift USA from California. And so many other drivers. And last but not least, obviously, the #1 qualifier we have all the way from Finland. Car number 69, Kare Robampera, driving the KR69 Cusco Racing Red Bull GR Corolla.
Exactly, but I'd like to say thank you for you viewers out there sticking around with us. It's been a long day between the morning session and this session that we're doing right now, so thank y'all for sticking with us, listening to myself, Kenny, and once again, Robbie doing his thing.
And a little bit of Sean.
Exactly, you got a little bit, you got to taste the sprinkle of Sean in there, so
and
yes.
Round of applause to everybody making it out. Congratulations to Formula Drift USA Series for the 20th season, and also congratulations to us here at Formula Drift Japan for the 10th season. We're going to keep going. We're going to see 30, 40 years into the drifting until we see that this sport is going to become an old school thing, just like the other sports we see all over the world.
Exactly. So good job, Robbie. And, I'm excited to get this tandem battles down tomorrow. And, let's all go out there and hope for good weather tomorrow.
Yep. Wish us luck for tomorrow. And make sure you're back to watch the tandem tomorrow. Make sure you do. Promise.
Exactly. And then
and drop off the comments too.
Yeah, drop some comments in there. Tune into the Instagram.
Hey, good and bad, it doesn't matter. Just tell us what you feel. If you guys don't like us, that's cool. you know, I'll go home.
Just put Robbie ... and then the bad comment.
If you want to hear Sean, more of Sean, let us know.
Put it in
know?
here.
He talks way too much, you know.
Yeah. We're about a 15-second delay off of what you guys are writing, so we try to put as much as we can, and then we also got a mediator in there kind of typing in there, answering questions that y'all have. So thank you all. You guys are our main fan base out there, and we appreciate you guys tuning in with us. And there you go again. There's the times. 8:30, they'll be going live with the girls, and then 9:20 it'll be starting top 32 with a 12:20 start for top 16 ceremony.
And it says, don't miss it. Or look forward to it. If you're still online, thanks for watching, guys, and have a good night, good morning, wherever you're at. Make sure you're back here to watch the competition.
Peace.
Bluetooth 搭載 G-SHOCK カシオ The brightness called brilliant, blinding and vivid, Valentine.
究極の静かさと安全性。オンロード、オフロード、世界中で活躍するケンダ。その信頼を支える静音性、安定性と対摩耗性。世界が認めた技術と信頼を街乗りである。高品質と納得の価格、タイヤのポテンシャルをあなたに。ケンダ。
バリのタイヤ。
Ultimate lubricant. Mortis.
What's up, guys? It's Frederick Alspo, and I use RSR suspension on all my drift cars. I love RSR. Iyo RSR Ichiban.
Made in Japan. Breed.
At a brand new bending unit all the way through, just throws a on the early
極限の世界。そこでこそ磨かれる本物がある。クスコ。
伝統と革新、小倉クラッチのテクノロジーを凝縮、チャンピオンを取るためのクラッチ、小倉レーシングクラッチ ORC